Edmonds, Edmonds.
Mr. Proceed, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Edmonds, what is your occupation and assignment, sir?
I'm a detective sergeant for the city of Beverly Hills.
And how long have you been so employed?
For the city, 32 years.
Are you a supervisor of homicide detectives for Beverly Hills Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Sometime after midnight on August 20th, 1989, were you made aware of a double murder which occurred at 722 North Elm in Beverly Hills?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to the police station in order to become involved in that investigation?
Yes, sir.
What information had you received concerning that particular incident?
Objection here, sir.
Sustained.
Did you become aware, or how did you become aware that there had been a crime at that location?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
I received a telephone call at my home.
Who was that from?
The watch commander.
At some point, did you go to the police station, Beverly Hills?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you interview two people?
Yes, sir.
Do you see anyone in the courtroom today that you interviewed on the early morning
Yes,
of August 21st, 1989?
yes, I see both the men that I spoke to.
Okay, and who are they?
Eric and Lyle Menendez.
Now, the information that you had received, were they the sons of the victims in the case?
Yes,
Were the defendants in custody at that time, sir?
no, sir.
Remember, I have a transcript on a cassette tape of an interview with Lyle Menendez on August 21st, 1989, and I have the cassette tape marked as Exhibit 40, and the transcript that goes along with it as 41.
Yes.
Remember, may it be stipulated that the court reporter does not have to put down or transcribe the tape?
Is there a stipulation the court reporter does not have to take down the words spoken on this tape?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Joe, the transcripts have been reviewed by defense counsel. At this point, I'm going to pass out copies to each jury.
All right.
And these would have to be returned, ladies and gentlemen. Just they're given to you at this point to assist the jury in listening to the tape. Sometimes it helps to have something in writing ahead of to read along as you're listening to the tape. But the tape itself is the evidence of the conversation, not the transcript. And the transcript is just an aid to listening to the tape. And after it's played, we'll collect them.
Sergeant Edmonds, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 40. Have you seen that tape before?
Yes, sir.
You got the tape of the interview with Eric Menendez on the early morning of August 25th, 1989?
Yes, it is.
Is everybody ready? If I may, Your Honor.
The date is August 21, the time is 0120 hours. I'm
Sergeant Edmonds of Beverly Hills Police Department. Going to interview Eric Menendez at this time. Eric, can you tell me what happened tonight, starting at the very beginning? What time did you leave home? We were calling on this family calling me. That's on the 8th. I got the room one. We didn't see that, man. Where was the plan? 321, 314, 322. Who went with you? No, and then after that, we were meeting a friend at a wine tasting thing. And civic clinic on the way. And we got lost. And we ended up getting there. I don't know. We moved in there and that wasn't there, so we called him at home. And we were supposed to meet him. They were supposed to meet him in the cheesecake factory. But we came home first. Which cheesecake factory? Beverly Hills? What did you call your friend from? My brother did that. I don't know, Linda. I wasn't with him at that time. They wouldn't let me go when it was closing. It was downtown Los Angeles? Yeah, I lived in San Monica. So when you left home, was the gate closed? We went out the back. They usually let that get back to the back. They usually always close the gate and turn on the line and lock the door. Do you live in the guest house? No, my mom does. What type of automobile were you driving? My Escort, a Ford Escort. And you and your brother were in the same car? So then, when you came home, did you go back in through the alley as well? No, we just stop at home quickly so we can call the driver. We pulled them inside and the gate was open. And then we went inside and there was a smell of smoke. We saw them. So I went upstairs and so we called the police. Was the television playing? Yeah. Was the alarm on and the front door closed? I don't think the alarm was on, no, because the front door was closed. Was it locked? I don't think so. Did you use the key to get in? I don't think so. Do you have any ideas who may have done this? No, I mean, that's not my dad doesn't have a lot of friends, but, this is business. My brother had nothing. What did they do today? Did they stay home all day? Stayed home, watched times. And TV. Did you notice if anything was missing from the inside of the house? From the property? Where did you live before you moved to Beverly Hills? We were renting a house in Calabasas. We just moved here in October. I think it was October. We were renting a house in Calabasas. How was it this other friend showed up at your house? Well, I guess I meet him at the Cheesecake Factory. He's the man that was going to meet you at the Cheesecake Factory. What is his name? No, him. Oh, yeah. I called him. He was like, right in there. He's our coach, my tennis coach. Sorry, call him. What is his name? Mark. Mark Clark. Heffernan. Heffernan? Heffernan. Okay. Do you have any ideas on this at all? That's going to help us catch some people? A person? I don't understand why it was blood everywhere. It was blood everywhere. Why didn't anyone hear anything? I don't understand. Why the hell nobody came out of the house and I came home, what, 3 to 4 hours later? I mean, does your father or yourself, anybody own any weapons? Yeah, I think they own some weapons. I'm not sure they are. Do you know what type they are? I think it's a rifle, I think they have a gun. A handgun? They used to. A long time ago. Last time I saw this, I was confused. No. It was in our other house. And then, you don't know those if they own a shotgun or any other kind of long guns? No, rifle. I don't think they own a shotgun. Well, what movie did you see? Batman. What time did that start? We got there like 8:15. No one else was in the house. There were no maids or cook or anything. We weren't even going to go out. Maids off on weekends. Was at the house weekdays. We weren't even going to go out. I mean, it wasn't like a plan. We were always go out on Sunday if we don't. Okay. We should have stayed in. We should have stayed in. Have they been getting along with the all the help? The maid and everybody? Oh, yeah. How long has the maid worked there? A long time. A long time. A long time. Has your father's business been going good? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's doing good. He's doing good. Yeah. His business is booming. Who else went to the movie with you? How about it? Or is it just the two of you? Yeah. They usually go out together. Who were you going to meet at the Cheesecake Factory? Perry, I don't remember his last name. Probably. We knew him a long time. Back from Jersey. Where does he live? He lives in like Hollywood or something like that. I think, well, that's not going to be tough. You know, he's like 29, you know, with my brothers. Can you think of anything else that's going to help us? usually upstairs? Or is this unusual? Usually upstairs alone, maybe you heard something and you get scared. That's where he sleeps, in the parents' bedroom. But where does the black dog sleep? In the parents' bedroom, too. The black dog wasn't there. Do you sleep in the main house? Yeah, that's in the main house. That's what I call my company. Do you have a separate line or do you, I have a separate line. There's 3 lines in the house. What is your phone number? 271-0495. Go with that one more time. 271-0495. Yes. Try and think. When you left, was anybody around there?
All right, the record will reflect that the tape has been played.
Sergeant Edmonds, does that accurately reflect the interview that you had with Eric Menendez on the early morning of August 21st?
Yes. Yes, sir, it does.
Your Honor, there's a second tape of an interview with Lyle Menendez, and accompanying that is a transcript.
All right, we'll get to those things tomorrow then. We'll take our recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any opinions about it. And we'll resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And each jury, please return to your respective jury room at 9 o'clock tomorrow. All right, the jurors have left. Just as far as exhibits are concerned, the exhibits that have been marked today, are they all being offered in evidence?
Yes, sir.
Are there any objections to the receipt of any of those exhibits?
Yeah, just a moment. None of the objections that we previously read, specific photographs that show this issue.
Right, all of the exhibits then will be received. And there was held in abeyance exhibit 2 from yesterday. Is there any further input? That's the police dispatch records.
We will withdraw.
All right, and exhibit 2 would be received as well. All the exhibits then marked so far will be received in evidence.
Got it. I had a question for the court. I gave the court a copy of a tape of each of these interviews. Does the court still have those copies?
Yes, you want them back?
Yes, please.
All right, there.
Test them and see if they're okay.
The speed is slow, whether that makes a difference depending on your recording device. They are both a little on the slow side, but certainly you can have them back.
All right, because I need 2 good copies.
And as far as scheduling tomorrow, we have continuation of the testimony of Sergeant Edmonds. And who else tomorrow?
Firearms expert, Dwight
Yes.
Van Horn.
Mr. Van Horn and Mr. Berman will be here as well. Now, Mr. Berman wanted a specific time, which we haven't given him yet, and I'm just curious, if we're going to do a 402 hearing, should I tell him to come in the afternoon?
No, well, why not do the hearing in regards to the admissibility of those exhibits in the afternoon? There's at 1:30, you can have those witnesses here at 1:30.
It's not admissibility of exhibits, it's admissibility. Then she'll have to call the witnesses for those items in the afternoon. She has them down for the morning.
We'll have them all here in the afternoon.
That's fine. we're talking about, if I understand that would be Gilman Castro, custodian of records, Hotel Bel Air, and Mr. Ryan or Ms. Hart from the Marina City Club will be put over to the afternoon, and then I can have Mr. Goldberg or witness in the afternoon. Is that over?
How long do we think the hearing's gonna take? Are we gonna send the jury home, or are we gonna just do the hearing?
It shouldn't take very long.
Okay.
Just give the court the probative value aspect of the evidence.
Yes, it seems to me that we'll have the hearing. It shouldn't take more than half an hour. And if the evidence is admissible, it's admissible and the juries will hear it. If not, then would you have some other witness available to fill in the gap?
Well, they also have Mr. Cigarello this way to come in for several evidentiary.
Well, as far as testimony before the juries,
Miss Mahar, who's the sales lady from Slavics Jewelry.
anybody else?
I'll try to find someone else. I'll try.
All right, but at least you already have Ms. Mahar scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, then we'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The defendants are in court with their attorneys. The people are represented. The juries are not present. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What is it that you want to discuss? What do you want to discuss?
Just one thing, Commissioner. There are 4 witness claims forms from out-of-state witnesses. I've been asked by my witness coordinator, Patty Jo Fairbanks, to ask the court to authorize certain expenses. And if I may submit this to the court.
Yes. Anything else before we start?
I just wanted to inform the court that pursuant to the court's request yesterday, I went through all of the statements of Craig Cigarelli and I indicated and highlighted what portions we would be objecting to. When I turned that package of documents over to Mr. Curiano this morning, he wants to double check them before we submit them to the court. I'm not sure how that works with the timing of the witness is coming in this afternoon for 4:02 on the screenplay issue. I'm sure somewhere in there we're going to afford an opportunity to read those statements if the court wants to bring up those other 402 issues. It really isn't necessary for the witness to be here to the issues that I'm objecting to.
Did you wish to be heard?
Your Honor, I did get that information from counsel today. I haven't had a chance to look at it, and I will be putting on witnesses this morning, so I won't be able to get to it very soon. If the court wants to take a look at it beforehand, I suppose I could look at it at lunch. But I don't think the court will be able to do it either.
Well, I was unaware that Mr. Signorelli was going to be here for any motions today. My understanding was that he was arriving for tomorrow.
There was some confusion about that in
I have it on the schedule. It's coming this afternoon as for evidentiary issues. And I thought the main evidentiary issue had to do with the inquiry into the genesis of the screenplay concept.
Well, those matters had been rearranged. As I recall, the testimony of some people regarding evidence of financial gain was scheduled for this afternoon. So I don't know if we'll ever get to Signorelli this afternoon.
Okay.
But if matters are just now being presented to counsel and to the court, until we have a chance to evaluate it, obviously we're not going to be able to hold a hearing. All right.
Since you will be here tomorrow, it would be better to do that as well.
Well, I really, other than matters that deal with the next witness, I don't think we should be wasting any more time this morning on anything other than getting the jury in. So is there anything else before the jury comes in?
No, Your Honor.
Is the next witness?
There's a 402 matter on the witness beyond the next witness.
Okay, well, let's continue with the witness that we had on the stand yesterday.
I'll go get it.
The witness who we had on the stand yesterday. All right, we'll take a short break as the juries come in and then we'll resume. We have a witness on the witness stand. Would you state your name again for the record, please?
Thomas Warren Edmonds, Edmonds.
All right, I'll remind you, you're still under oath and you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Edmonds, after you interviewed Eric Menendez, did you interview his brother, Joseph Lyle Menendez?
Yes, I did.
Did that interview take place about 1:42 a.m. on the
Yes.
21st July?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I have the audio cassette tape of an interview of Lyle Menendez on 8/21 1989. I have a tape marked as Exhibit 42 and a transcript of that tape as 43.
Yes.
Thank you. The court's permission, counsel has seen the transcript and passes out to both juries.
All right.
May I put the witness form?
Yes.
Sergeant Edmonds, I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 43. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What does that appear to be?
Appears to be a cassette tape with the interview of Lyle Menendez, dated
42.
That's 42, I'm sorry, Your Honor. The transcript is 43. Everybody ready?
All right, is there a stipulation that the court reporter need not take down the contents of this tape as it's being played?
Yes.
So stipulated.
All right, I'll remind the jurors again that these transcripts are only an aid to your listening to the tape recordings. The tape recordings themselves are the evidence of the conversations, and the transcripts are just to assist you in following the tape as it's being played.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is an interview with Lyle Menendez, August 21st at 01:42 hours. I'm Sergeant Edmonds. Can you tell me, start with this evening, you and your brother made plans to go out? I made plans with a friend of mine, Perry. What's Perry's last name? Perry Burman. To go to a function in Santa Monica. And we got no real plan for the day. We wanted to go see a movie. And we went to do that. And we left from there and went to see my friend, and we had left. That was Perry. And we went and meet him somewhere, and we went to the house first. And, well, when you left, was the gate in the front of the house closed? The gate was closed. We left. We did the closed open, and unless when I came back, I noticed that it was open, and I thought that maybe they had gone. think I was just gonna drive around and look. And instead I had to leave Paris, I went in the house. And I thought it was stranded in the lake. And, I smelled smoke everywhere. So when you left, where was your car parked when you left? My car parked in the garden. Your car was? Did you take your car? No, my car is on the side, so I can pick my bus. Where was it parked? It's parked in the back. You parked in the back. So you stay in the guest house, right? Yeah, I'm back there. So you left out the back or the front? We left out the back. So you don't really know if the gate... Don't really because my dad's car. I'm not even driving my dad's car. So my brother's car in the back. But then you went to the movies for that session. When after the movies you went where? The city fair in Florida Market, the wine tasting thing that's going on, and Perry was involved with it or something, and we went to meet him there. But, we were gonna go, but we told him not to meet us, and we were gonna wait somewhere. Did you see him there? No, I waved up around and, from once the people had left, there were a lot of cars, and so we looked around and couldn't find him anywhere. And so I called his house by chance. We left about a swing, and then we didn't have money down, so I thought I was be sure that we had left. So we left like something to and I was a little bit upset, so I told him to meet us at this place, and we just put together do something. We were on the way out there. Where did you call him from? I called him from the something like that phone. The payphone? Yeah. And she left a message that you'd meet him at the Cheesecake Factory. I talked to him. We answered the phone. Oh, he was home. Yeah. And he was there, how come you would buy the house? We would buy it. My brother should have one, but we would buy to pick up my brother's ID, and he had some idea in case he wanted to get project in and I wasn't sure where we might end up with Perry or something, so that was why my brother didn't check that, but it's complicated, so I went to the Perry, I think I did, so do you have any ideas on this that's going to help us solve it? We have to get personal, you understand. If there's any problems, we've got to solve this. One of my concerns is that I don't like any bad press about my father now. Well, we're not reporters, we're policemen. What you tell us stays inside this room until it goes to court and we prosecute the people. We want these people, or person, whoever did this, to answer for their crimes. So you've got to help us. Well, I can't imagine that my mother has never done this. I've been with my mother. Usually my brother or I with my mother all the time. She's busy with us and working on the other house. And it's hard to say. I thought about a lot of things outside. I thought maybe that Mark said it might be a robbery or something, but from the looks of it, it didn't look like that. Looked like they definitely wanted to make a mess. And it was really sad. And so I don't know. I would think that unless they find things missing from their house or something strange like that, I think that it would be my father that would be the reason what happened there. He used to work for us in records, and it's a lot bigger than what he does now. He works in a smaller company, and with a group of people that from the stores that he brings home and the people that I've met, is a real seedy group, and he was always very aware of that. And I don't know if every time. So my father, he's under a lot of stress all the time, but I just tell him he's smart. He's under stress. He's under stress for a long time. So I was even with RCA, but they kind of seem to be enjoying their lives more, and I can't imagine that there would be problems in it. They have not gotten along well. Mostly because my dad is most of my stressed out and irritated executive, and his family comes first, and he works hard to help us out and provide for us, and it takes a lot out of my mother. So pretty much he doesn't involve us in the business too much. I worked for the company last year for a while, and it's just great. A lot of it's been a tremendous amount of business activity. I talked to my brother, who said that he's in a business where there's little small companies and they're being squeezed out and they're going down, and my dad's pretty lucid businessman. He believes in the bottom line, and we laughed a lot over a lot of stories. And put these guys out of line and that, and so might be business related, but for sure, my parents are clean about any drug activity, anything that was involved in. We've had some problems with gangs that have kind of my brother was beat up, and they come to the house, we've had threats and things like that, and nothing recent. This house? Not this house. We've had some problems with this house. Some people come into the house and my dad has sent them away. I don't know what it is, but it's pretty much no problem. 4 days. My brother was in a place with him there a while back, and the gang came and beat him up, and my brother wanted to go to police, and we had all kinds of problems for a while. His car was destroyed, and was set out here. It was in the valley. We lived in the valley. We only moved here a year ago. Did any of those people know where you lived? What gang is that? I have no idea. I was traveling at the time. I heard about it. My brother was in the hospital and I heard that when I came back. Were any of those incidents reported to the police? I believe so. I think we had some kind of a security person there guarding the house for a while. But I think my brother was that was in Calabasas. I was in Calabasas. I would think that would be all my brother's relation. I don't see why they would come down. I haven't talked to my brother. You mentioned fixing another house. What is that about? We have another house in the valley that we just rebuilt. Where is that? That's in Calabasas. Has there been any problems related to that? Yeah, we did. My mother has a new problem with that house. Again, I don't like the people that she works with they've had all kinds of arguments and money problems. Many different contractors have been trying to build a house for 2.5 years. And it's been a big problem, and but they say no, we never lived it, so there's no problem. It's just do you know any specific people that your dad has had business problems with these smaller companies that are getting squeezed? Something that might be climaxing like this week where the pressure's really on them. He was on a road trip recently. Just got back actually a few days ago last week. Real stressful, left early. I don't know what's going on. I mean, there's just so much activity in the company. He's buying a lot of little companies, and recently he's been mentioning that all the other little companies are jealous and they're getting squeezed out, and the syndication business is going downhill. And we've had his company's going up, and privately, so the stock is really just doubled in the last 6 months, and he wanted to show himself, and whatever really involves too much. And I don't know, it seems pretty good business, but I know that he's worried about it. What's the name of his company? His company's called International Video Entertainment, and they own all of the company. Will you be able to provide us a list at some point in time of each company or of his office? Yep, I can do that. We should be able to find out anything that's going on there. The person that's got a financial or something that came with him from RPA, everything so much. David King. Do you have David's phone number? Or you'll be able to get it? I didn't get it for you. He wasn't about until he slid down. How is it that this other man showed up at your house? The tennis instructor. My brother called me on the phone, and I called 911. And he's sort of a psychiatrist, a mentor thing for my brother and myself. He's a tennis pro, and we play a couple hours a day, and he's with us all the time. And he's really the only person we know out here other than Perry. I don't know anybody. How do you know Perry? Perry used to live in New Jersey. And he lived back there. He's involved with tennis. He used to be a tennis pro. He lived out here. We lived out here after him. He's basically the only one that kept in contact with. Do you work now? No, I'm supposed to go back to school. To Princeton. Yeah. What year are you in back there? Can you think of anything else anything that's gonna help us at all to solve this? Somebody has to be involved in this, and it's gotta be somebody that's real serious. I'd have to think have there been any phone calls, suspicious phone calls to the house, or any suspicious visitors? The house is pretty open. I mean, people are always coming in and out. I never really liked the situation. I never thought my mother was safe or anything because always people coming in and out. The phone is ringing 24 hours a day. There are a lot of messages left in the machine. And my dad would get a lot of phone calls at night, which isn't unusual after we have these big phone calls at night. He takes a lot at night now and do almost that, a lot more lunches and things like that. His business more free than 9 to 5. So I could see how he could step on a lot of toes. He's very curt. He treats my brother and I well, but firm and he's huge amount of money, so I don't know. There's not a lot of money in these companies that are getting. Well, there's a lot of money in it, and there's a lot of money. It's not like a huge company like RCA like we're running, but it used to be a real small nothing company that these two guys bought. That one Chemical Corporation that was producers, and it was a mess. And he got there and he cleaned it up, and he basically fired a whole lot of people, and just sort of ran the business himself, brought the people from his other company, and just started firing people. And his model was a deal a day, and it's been like at a lightning pace every day, a new story, and real exciting stuff and manipulation, and it seems fun. I mean, we joke sometimes that it's amazing that these people are obviously not happy about all this. Just we got a lot of wicked people, but that's the way it's believed. If you lose, then you lose. But everything is legitimate. Everything is. Was he born in the United States? He was born in Cuba. Does he have any ties with Cuba now? As far as I know, I do. He's never gone back. He's not thinking of going back. He was definitely running for political office, so that's one of the reasons I think that he's been very clean. What type of political office? Just California. After 2 weeks, he was going to move to Florida. That's what he did at home. We just got so involved. He involved his son well. He was a great guy, and he did always, he had full control of his life. He did what he wanted. And my mother's a real tragedy about it. How is that? That's the hardest thing for me anyway, is people like that. Because she never really got to do anything with her life. She sort of served with my father, and I don't think he treated her very well. And we were kind of getting this together. We was a homework and stuff, and we just went on through some trips, and we were more together, and when you arrived home, you said you smelled smoke in the house. Where was that smoke? I came in through the foyer, and you unlocked the house with the key. Put it in the sofa. Is that unusual or no? That is unusual nowadays. I've gotten locked out of the house over and over and over again because my mother just used to lock. We never used to lock the house, but we never used to close the gate. So she's real worried about that. In fact, she recently bought a rifle. So we have 2 rifles in the house, and we felt that she was nervous about something because she went out and just bought a rifle and didn't tell my dad why or anything, and that's the first thing I suspected when I walked in the house. But what type of rifles were they? No, my brother. The other one didn't have a old rifle. Yeah. Rifles. I don't know if people could tell you back to old. I mean, it's one she was a little nicer, but I don't know really good. Not much different. But that was the story of my mother. This was older brother, my mother's brother. She was on the cusp of suicide. Very edgy, suicidal. Took personality in the last 2 years. But she seemed to stay stable. My dad's inside. So I really don't. I never really had sleep with the things about after you got home and you found them, did you guys move anything from within the room? Remember, I was over, I sort of looked around and, I remember I was only there for 2 minutes and I couldn't check my mother out and the smell was bad and I went back to look outside and I went back in. My brother was standing there and I got sitting down. He was downstairs and my brother was working and my boy was down there. I was on the phone. How long did it take from the time you entered the house till you called police? Right away. As soon as I got out of the car, I went upstairs to call 911. And the police responded pretty quick. How long why did you go upstairs to call? Isn't there a phone downstairs? Yeah, my brother went upstairs. He was on the side of the bathroom and he was trying to get his advantage in my mother's room and I called and then I came over and he was on the phone. Was there a gun in the room when you got home? Who did what? I really can't remember. I tried not to look, because I haven't been up there. I went around a bit, I looked at it. It was just a mess. And then shots at the time. And then both of them. I can't remember if there was any. Yes, also, my mother was on the floor, and my dad was just on the couch. And who would they have let in the house? I don't know. We already. We had eaten. And we were going to call the Chinese food, and we decided they wanted to cook. Instead, so we weren't expecting anyone to have to do. My dad had no friends to stop by. My mother, we don't know any of the neighbors, anything. We wouldn't let anyone in. During the day, people were coming all the time, but at night, nobody. It doesn't seem like they heard anything because they were on the couch and my dad pounded together, gathered up. It was good. My dad usually pretty good to hear something or someone, he gets up right away and runs over. And so I was surprised I got something. My mom was on the floor and she was trying to get away from them. She wasn't just slumped back. She was like, now, the gate, is it open manually or is it electronic gate? Electronically. How do you open it? Let's open it. You can open it from inside the house. But would somebody need to know? If I went over to your house so somebody would have to admit me into the house. If you can't be in front of the house. Yeah. Well, if you want to get car in there, if you could climb it here, my brother and I climb all the time. But if I was in the house, in order to get out, you would, how would I know where the control is? Is it obvious? It's not obvious. I mean, the thing on the wall in the living room is the door, and push it. I mean, it's obvious if you know things like that, but it's not obvious. The little door thing is really quick all over the house. I usually, if I hear like a garage door, yeah, that's what sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work. Now, were the cards in the same position when you left as they were when you returned? Pretty much. I mean, I can't tell anyway. I mean, I just know that they were like that. What would be the purpose of the person that did this for persons to open the gate? If I went over it to get in, unless you were trying to move things out, I wouldn't know. I would think there would be no purpose. Unless you wanted to get in so that you were seen walking around. If it's open closed. But I would think that, I wouldn't know. I'm not so sure that they didn't just maybe open the gate for some other reason. It kind of goes back and forth whether it's open or closed. They were trying to leave the house and the gate was closed last night. Exactly. What time was that? If you remember. So right before we went to the movies, I took a ride on one of the scooter we had, and I opened the gate and I closed it. That's right. And one of these sort of like a Honda or Yamaha. Yeah, and then we found it there. Excuse me, Mrs. The investigator that are up there just called and wanted me to ask you and your brother if anybody had known you guys were going somewhere tonight. Perry. So, they're big friends with, and my brother and I frequent a lot of movies and go and do things together at night a lot. And my feeling is that they wouldn't know. I mean, it's unusual that we would go on Sunday, but that we would, it's unusual. It's a movie, but we wouldn't go anywhere afterwards or stuff like that. It's just that I had this plan with Perry, so we could kind of make it good while I'm in Perry here. And, I don't think anybody would know. No way. It was this time. I'm trying to think, my brother called it, I don't talk to anybody, but I don't. Yeah, I really think so. Do you have some place you can stay tonight? Yeah, I'll stay with Mark. Well, I'm sorry I had to put you through this. We'll probably get to know each other pretty well before this is over. We're gonna have to get information. I'm glad that talk to you, but, other else, there was no conflict. I didn't appreciate it. Asking a lot of questions, the same questions that you're asking me. I'm like, oh my God, it's crying on the ground. And, I understand why he didn't want us to go in the house. You know, I tried. But I do have a few questions. They're not gonna leave my parents there. I'm a little edgy about just leaving. I'd like to, know what, I don't know what goes on. I was kind of hoping somebody would. I'll tell you the whole program. The reason we don't want you to go in the house, besides the trauma that it would create for you, is that it disturbs things that might solve the case. The evidence that whoever did this may have left inadvertently can get disturbed and ruined. And that's the main reason why. The two reasons we don't want you to be further traumatized by going in there. And second of all, screwing something up, touching something that could be the key to the whole thing. But we'll use as much care as we can not to ruin things ourselves. But we have to do certain things to try and uncover evidence, find out who did this. And that's the main reason why we don't want you essentially in the way. And also, it just add to your trauma. This is going to conclude the interview at 02:18 hours on 8/21.
And the tape has been played. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant Edmonds, did that accurately reflect the interview that you had with Joseph Lyle Menendez at 1:42 a.m. on August 21st, 1989?
Sure.
Sergeant Edmonds, do you recall how the defendants were dressed when they came in for the interview?
I believe that one of the two men had a black jacket on, and they were very neatly dressed. But I don't remember specifically. It was like sport clothes.
Excuse me, Your Honor, could we move the microphone?
Yes, please.
Did their clothes appear to be clean to you?
Yes.
Was there any blood spatters on their clothing?
No.
The defendants were not suspects at that time, were they?
No, sir.
Are you familiar with what is called the gunshot residue test?
Yes, I am.
Would you describe just generally what that means for the jurors?
If somebody fires a firearm, the primer, which discharges around, splatters on the hands.
Pardon me, can I go and move the tape recorder so the other juror can see?
There's like gas comes out of the round that's fired, and it would be on the hands, usually both hands if it's a two-handed shooter, and if it's a one-handed shooter, it'd be on the shooting hand, and maybe it's like exhaust fumes in a car, only it comes out of the the cartridge when the primer's detonated. And there's a test where chemicals are put on a swab, and you swab the hands, and it can tell if there's I think there are nitrates in the would still be on the hands if after the weapons are fired.
Sergeant Edmonds, if you had suspected the defendants of committing these killings, would you have performed or had the gunshot residue test performed on the defendants?
Yes.
Was one of the reasons why you did not because the defendants had accounted for their whereabouts that night?
I'm going to object as needed.
What were some of the reasons why you did not suspect the defendants at that time, sir?
Well, they had accounted for their whereabouts, and it was too early on to make any conclusions that who might be a suspect. And I had no reason to believe they were any better suspect than anybody else, and I didn't have a clue that they were involved.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sergeant Edmonds, just to give the jury a little context for these interviews, you first heard about this case at about 1 o'clock in the morning when someone called your house and woke you up. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say about 1 o'clock.
And after you received that telephone call, I assume you got up and got dressed and went down to the Beverly Hills Police Department. Is that correct?
Yes, I took a shower as well.
Took a shower as well. And then you dressed and you went down to the police department.
Correct.
And I assume from that, you didn't go to the crime scene, you went directly to the police department.
Yes.
And at that point, were Lyle and Eric Menendez already at the police station?
Yes, they were.
And was there some discussion within your department, people involved in the investigation in the case, as to who was going to conduct the interviews of the two brothers at that point?
No.
Did you decide you were going to conduct the interviews?
Yes.
And was one of the reasons that you decided you would do it because you had some experience, and in fact, some vast experience in interviewing both suspects and witnesses?
Yes, and I was the one that was at the station.
At 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct.
All right. Now, where were the Menendez brothers when you first saw them?
I believe that they were in the working area of the detectives with Officer Angel and possibly one other officer.
And was it your understanding that Officer Angel was an officer with the Beverly Hills Police Department who had transported the brothers from the Elm Drive residence down to your department?
Yes, sir.
Now, on the tape of the Lyle Menendez interview, there is reference made at two different points to a person named Mark and also to a tennis coach or what Lyle Menendez refers to as a psychiatrist or somebody like a psychiatrist. Did you know who he was referring to on that tape?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
It was Mark Heffernan.
And was that someone who was also with the two brothers when you first met them?
Yes, he was. Well, he wasn't with them, but he was present in the room.
What was your understanding as to how he got involved?
Well, I didn't know initially. I believe it came out in the interviews how he was involved, or the officers might have told me he was their tennis coach. I didn't know how he related to it initially.
You eventually interviewed him, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And that interview with Mr. Heffernan was conducted after your interview with Lyle Menendez?
It was after, yes.
And so the sequence was first you interviewed Eric, correct?
Yes.
That interview took approximately 20 minutes.
Yes, sir.
And then immediately thereafter you interviewed Lyle Menendez.
Yes, sir.
And then because Mark Heffernan was right there at the station, you interviewed him, correct?
Correct.
And then after you interviewed Mr. Heffernan, you also arranged to have Perry Burman, the person mentioned in Lyle Menendez's interview, come into the police station, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he arrived at about 4 o'clock in the morning.
I don't recall what time, but he did arrive, yes.
And you conducted a tape recorded interview with him as well, did you not?
I believe so.
And was one of the purposes of that interview to basically check out whether the information Lyle Menendez had given to you was accurate?
No.
What was the purpose of the interview?
To develop another potential witness and to determine his whereabouts in relationship to the story I received. Because as you noted, he was one of the people that knew the boys had left home. In fact, he was probably the only person that knew the boys left home. So he he could have been a part of it.
So he was naturally one of the first people you wanted to talk to in the course of your preliminary investigation, correct?
Yes,
You said earlier, by the way, in your direct examination near the end of it, that the Menendez brothers were not suspects. Do you remember that testimony?
yes, they were not.
They were not. And would it be fair to say that you hadn't eliminated them or anyone else as suspects?
That's true.
And was that just based on your general way that you conduct cases of this nature?
Yes, I thought it'd be foolish to eliminate anybody.
Now, when you first met Lyle and Eric Menendez, was there some preliminary discussion before you turned the tape recorder on?
I think so.
Could you tell me as best as you can recall 4 years later what that discussion was?
Yeah, I believe I got their horsepower, their driver's license, identifiers. And I asked them if they wanted coffee or creature comforts, go to the bathroom and so forth.
And then,
And I explained who I was.
and then did you take Eric Menendez someplace else to conduct the interview with him?
Yes, there's a little interview room. At the time this happened, we were in temporary quarters in a trailer, multiple trailers hooked together. And adjacent to the detective room, there was a small interview room.
And Lyle Menendez was waiting somewhere else while you were interviewing Eric, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, during the course of your interview with Eric Menendez, you formed certain impressions about his emotional state, isn't that true?
yes, I did.
And during the course of your contact with him, you decided that he was very distraught and quite emotional, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also formed the impression as a result of talking to him that he was obviously in a lot of trauma,
Yes, sir.
emotional trauma,
Yes, I did.
heavy trauma, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, the trauma with respect to Eric was so pronounced in your view that you had to stop the interview at some point, isn't that true?
yes, I did.
In other words, you weren't finished with the questions you wanted to ask him at the end of the tape that the jury just heard.
No, you're correct.
And the last thing on the tape, at least from what we can hear, is Eric crying. Is that correct?
Yes, he was.
After the tape went off, you spent a certain amount of time consoling him and trying to make him stop crying. Is that correct?
Well, I didn't try to make him stop crying, but I consoled him.
And after you finished doing that, you then went out and brought Lyle in. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Was there any discussion between the two brothers before the interview with Lyle Menendez?
Yes, there was.
Could you tell me what the discussion was?
Eric told Lyle that it was okay to talk to me, that I was okay.
And that was it? No other discussion?
Not that I recall.
All right. Now, as to Lyle Menendez, during the course of your interview with him, you formed certain impressions about his emotional state. Isn't that true?
Yes, I did.
And it was your judgment, based on your experience in interviewing not only witnesses in lots of cases, but also suspects, that although he was clear-cut and precise in his answers, he was also showing obvious signs to you that he was traumatized. Isn't that correct?
At certain points, not all the way through the conversation.
But your overall impression of him was that he was someone who was traumatized. Isn't that correct?
I think occasionally he was traumatized. I wouldn't say it was my overall impression of him, no.
Well, do you remember testifying in this courtroom at a pretrial hearing back in May of this year?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember being asked at that time a series of questions about your impressions and opinions concerning whether the brothers were traumatized that night?
Yes, I do. I'm certain he was traumatized.
Do you remember making the statement at that time, these kids were traumatized?
Yes, they were.
And do you remember being asked the question, would it be fair to say that the emotions you were observing in regard to Lyle Menendez that night were real emotions? And your answer, yes, I think Lyle's emotions were real. He was very crystal clear and precise, but he was showing signs to me that he was traumatized, and I think they were sincere. Question, did he appear sorrowful? Sorrowful, yes. Question, and somber, I think you testified. Your answer, yeah. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I do.
And is that accurate testimony in terms of your impressions of his general demeanor during and after and before the time that you were interviewing Lyle Menendez that evening?
Yes, I think so.
Is it true that one of the reasons you knew Eric Menendez was upset and traumatized was just from his body language?
That was one of the reasons, yes.
And what were the others?
In fact, he was crying.
And how about with respect to Lyle Menendez?
Just general, his pallor and just general demeanor, and he appeared very stiff, and I could tell he was bothered.
Now, is it also true that near the end of that interview, you told Lyle Menendez that he was not going to be able to stay at the house after you finished the interview with him?
Yes,
And they indicated to you or asked you whether it was all right if they stayed with Mark, the tennis coach who was there. Is that right?
yes, sir.
Do you know after you issued that instruction to them that they could not stay in the house, whether they went back to the house to obtain their clothing and other items that they needed to go stay with Mark?
I didn't know it at the time, but I subsequently believe they did, yes.
And did you learn that from Detective Zoller?
I think so.
On the tape with Lyle Menendez, there is mention of some problem with gangs in Calabasas. Do you recall that part of
Yes, I
the
do.
tape? And you asked him whether a police report was made concerning that incident?
Yes.
Was there in fact a police report made concerning a problem that Eric Menendez had with a group of gang members in Calabasas?
I don't recall.
Do you know if Detective Zoller conducted an investigation to find out whether or not in fact a report had been made?
Well, I'm certain that he conducted an investigation. I just don't remember now seeing the report.
At some point during the interview, Lyle Menendez mentioned that he smelled smoke. Do you recall that?
He said he saw smoke and smelled smoke.
And did that, in your mind, as an experienced investigator, raise a certain suspicion?
Yes, it did.
Could you explain to the juries why?
Well, I felt that if you saw smoke, it would have had to have been pretty shortly after the guns were fired, because it would dissipate, smoke would dissipate fairly rapidly. And later on, I found a window had been shot out, which even confirmed my suspicions more that the smoke would have left the room.
Now, before these interviews, you had never met the Menendez brothers before, is that correct?
No.
They had never met you.
No.
And as far as you knew, they had no idea how you were going to react to the information that you were giving them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if your suspicions had been raised just a little bit further as a result of that statement about the smoke, you might at that point have asked them to submit to this gunshot residue test. Isn't that right?
If I'd have been more suspicious, I may have, yes.
And that was really within your control. They had no idea how you were going to respond to the information that you were giving them, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, had you done that, this investigation would have taken a much different course than it eventually did. Isn't that true? Could I have 1 minute, Your Honor? Thank you. one more question, one more area of questioning, Sergeant Edmonds. During the course of the interview with Lyle Menendez, there's a statement to the effect that, quote, my dad is usually pretty deaf to hear something, so when he gets up right away, and so I was really surprised. Do you recall that part of the interview?
Yes, you do.
The transcript says deaf. Is that what you recall, or is it my dad was usually pretty good to hear something?
I think it was that he said his dad was pretty deaf.
Deaf as in hard of hearing.
Yeah, but then he said, but if he hears something, he's quick to react.
The transcript says, my dad is usually pretty deaf to hear something, so when he gets up right away, and so I was really surprised that he was sitting on the couch like that. Is that how you remember it?
How I remember it, or the gist I got from it, was that his dad didn't hear very well, but if he heard something, he would get up and check it out, as I interpret it.
Now, 2 days ago, the jury heard a brief portion of a tape recording. The jury's heard brief portions of a tape recording in which a woman by the name of Averill Crum has identified her voice on the tape as saying that what she heard that night was sounds. They went like pop, 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 pop. And were you the officer who conducted that interview?
Yes, sir.
And was that statement made by Averill Crum to you at about 11:30 in the morning?
Yes,
The very next
the 21st.
would have been the same morning you were conducting the interviews with the Menendez brothers.
Yes,
Is it true that after the interviews with the Menendez brothers, Heffernan, and Berman, you then went out to the crime scene and conducted some interviews out there?
yes.
And that's when the interview took place with Ms. Crum.
Well, I told you in the hallway that interview took place at her house. I subsequently, after reading your notes, it took place at the station because that's where we had the book with car pictures in it.
Okay.
Fairly certain that I talked to her up in the street earlier when it was still dark. And then later on, Josh and Jennifer and Mrs. Crum came to the station.
And that interview that was conducted at the state, when you say you looked at my notes, what you looked at was a transcript of the interview, correct?
Yes,
And that interview was conducted with Averill Crum and her two children, Josh Crum and Jennifer Crum, correct?
yes, sir.
And during the course of that interview, Josh Crum said, I was in the middle of watching a movie on the Korean airline that got shot down, and it was about halfway in between the movie, and it was about 10, and I started hearing shots, about 6 in a row. And then your question, and Mrs. Crum, you also heard them? And Averill Crum answered, I heard them too, but I thought they were Chinese firecrackers because they went like pop, 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 pop. Is that what she told you that night?
Yes,
Or that
sir.
morning?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Cross-examination by the other defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a couple of questions. Sergeant Edmonds, did you discontinue your interview with Eric because his emotional state changed?
Yes,
Okay, and had his emotional state deteriorated to the point where you just couldn't have intelligent conversation with him?
yes, ma'am. I didn't want to have him suffer asking him questions.
Now, you've told us that he was crying at the time you terminated the interview. In addition to crying, were there any physical signs that you saw of trauma?
Well, he had his head down periodically, and
Was he shaking?
I don't recall him shaking.
Do you recall testifying at a pretrial hearing in this court that at the time you terminated the interview that Eric was crying and shaking?
It's possible. I don't remember.
Would looking at the transcript help you
Yes, it would.
remember? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm showing you. Transcript.
Could you look at the just underlined portion and see if that helps you remember?
Yes, ma'am, that's what it says.
Okay, so that refreshes your recollection.
Yes.
Eric was shaking at the time you terminated the interview.
Yes,
Now, Sergeant Edmonds, when you first saw Eric, you've told us that you believe that he was traumatized, correct?
when I first saw him,
Yes, and during the time that you saw him on the
Yes.
20th. Is it your belief still today that he was traumatized when you saw him?
yes.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant Edmonds, you've testified that you had never met the defendants before you interviewed them on the morning of August 21st, 1989. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any knowledge that Eric Menendez was an aspiring actor at that time?
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Ask the jury to acknowledge.
Well, let me see counsel decide.
Sergeant Edmonds, sometime later on the morning of August 21st, did you actually go to the crime scene?
Yes, I did.
Now, when Lyle Menendez in his interview stated, my mother was on the floor like she was trying to get away or something, were you able to go to the crime scene to determine whether or not that made sense, his statement made sense?
By the time I got to the crime scene, the bodies were removed.
So you didn't actually see them at 722 North Elm?
No, I didn't, only photographs.
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time now.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Sergeant Edmonds, you've been a police officer for 32 years,
Yes, ma'am.
and you have a considerable amount of experience in interviewing both
Yes.
suspects and witnesses and crime victims.
Yes, I do.
And you think, based on your years of experience in that area, you have a pretty good feeling for people.
I think so.
Oh, thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else? All right, thank you. Sit down.
Thank you.
And let me inquire of counsel, is there a hearing before the next witness testifies?
Yes,
How long do you think that would take?
I'm gonna submit it on the paper.
How long do you think? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll
Excuse me, before you recess, may I have just a moment to recess again?
certainly.
Your Honor, on page 13 of the transcript, on the official transcript that we are going to submit, we are going to consent to a question mark at page 13, line 24, where it says usually pretty deaf. I agree with counsel that we could have that as deaf or good with a question mark, and that's up to the fire fact to decide.
Well, as I've indicated, the transcripts, when they are received in evidence, are not the evidence of the conversations. The tape recordings are, and the transcripts are merely an aid to listening to the tape recordings. And as we saw or heard from listening to the tapes, the transcripts are not 100% complete. There are words on the tape that are not on the transcript, and sometimes the transcripts are inaccurate, and they're just there to assist the jury in listening to the tapes. So with that in mind, if counsel want to correct the transcript, you certainly may do so. And at this point, we'll take a recess, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll resume at 20 minutes after 11. Don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any opinions about it. We'll resume at 20 minutes after 11. And if each jury would return to your respective jury room, and we'll call you in as soon as we're ready.
And I'd ask counsel to be here at 10 minutes after 11 to proceed with the hearing. Or rather than that, we'll keep counsel here right now and we'll do it now. All right, the jurors have left and counsel have indicated that there is a matter that you want to discuss before the next witness testifies. And that next witness is Deputy Van Horn, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the people have submitted a memorandum regarding his testimony, and it specifically relates to use of a 12-gauge shotgun, which is represented to be similar to the weapon in question in this case. And the 12-gauge shotgun was proposed by the prosecution to be used for demonstrative purposes. What is the position of the defense?
Well, the position of the defense, Your Honor, is that parading a shotgun in front of the jury, especially a shotgun, is not the same weapon used in this case, or weapons used in this case, is irrelevant to any contested issue. And it's extremely prejudicial, more prejudicial than probative. It is misleading to the extent that the gun they propose to use is not the same gun. They indicate in their papers that it is functionally identical, and I'm not sure what that means, because the people have also provided us with a catalog from 1989 from the manufacturer of Mossberg shotguns, indicating that each model has different features and different aspects to it. So I don't know how this gun that they propose to use is different from the gun which they know the model number of from the gun receipt records. So our objection is that it's irrelevant, prejudicial, and ask the court to exclude it under 352 or on relevancy grounds.
Well, first things first, is there some reason to believe that the weapon that the prosecution intends to demonstrate or use for demonstration purposes is the same model as the weapon in question here?
Your Honor, it's a 500 series. The model that was purchased is a subtype of the 500 series. Deputy Van Horn informs me that it's functionally equivalent in that it's the same size, it holds the same number of rounds, it's loaded in the same manner, and it operates in the same manner.
I think the answer is no, Your Honor, it's not the same model.
Well,
No, it's not a 50406,
is there some reason why you don't have the same model?
because the Sheriff's Department didn't have that available in their library of guns.
And nobody went out and bought one?
No,
And what is the purpose that the prosecution has in using the weapon?
the purpose is to demonstrate to the jury the manner in which the gun would have to be loaded. It is my belief that there's going to be a dispute between the prosecution and the defense as to the number of rounds fired. And I think I indicated in the papers that that according to Deputy Van Horn, that it is unusual for someone who is not extremely familiar with firearms to originally load the firearm with 1 round in the chamber and the 5 rounds which a person normally loads. But that is, he has a term for it that has to do with, I don't think it's police loading, but it's something like that, that indicates an expertise. Also, he wanted to demonstrate to the jury that when you fire the gun, in order to fire it, you have to pull the trigger and then do something else to the gun, so that it's a 2-step process before the next one can be ejected. And in addition, I think for purposes of demonstrating the size of the weapon that was used in the room, vis-a-vis the distance between the couch and the back wall, I thought it was important for the jury to see that.
Well, first of all, in regards to the firing and the 2-step procedure that you described, is that the same that is required to fire the weapon that was purchased in this case?
Yes. He's familiar with the model, he just doesn't have one. Do you want to hear testimony from him before?
Before we get this far, relevance is the key, and there is no dispute to be resolved by the use of this gun. None. From what counsel has just said, our evidence is no different than what she just said. None. There is not going to be.
We don't know what your evidence is.
Well, I know what my evidence is,
Well,
but
tell me what it is.
I will tell you what it is. There will be no claim that the weapons were loaded with 6 rounds apiece, 5 or less. There will be testimony that it does take 2 actions to fire the gun. Period. And there will be testimony that the gun was reloaded. I think that's the key to what the prosecution is trying to prove, and that will be testified to truthfully. So there is no issue
By whom is it going to be testified truthfully?
by the defendant.
Well, and does
And
not
by
the
Dr. Oziel.
does not the prosecution then have a right to show how the weapon is loaded and
Why? If there's
to
no-
show the process of how it was done, to show the way the killings occurred, to show the capacity of the individuals who fired the weapons to reload?
But there's no dispute that they had the capacity to reload.
Well, it takes a certain amount of dexterity to do these things, and just because it's not in dispute does not mean that the trier of fact should not be apprised of and be made aware of how this occurred, the actual way it occurred, not just a verbal description that I fumbled with the cartridges and reloaded it, to show how the reloading process takes place, so that it is a task that requires some state of mind that would be reflective of perhaps the state of mind of the individual who committed the
They're not
crime.
gonna put on an individual in the middle of a shooting episode to show the state of mind. I mean, what is the dexterity of Deputy Van Horn prove?
No one that says that Deputy Van Horn's dexterity is the issue here, just to show how a reloading occurs rather than have someone describe it as this was a reloading that occurred during a shooting where both parents were being shot and then the shotgun was reloaded. And
Until
that's the end
our
of it.
evidence is on in a way that is inconsistent with what experts would say, there is no relevance to putting on an expert to say how it should have happened, unless they hear that it happened differently.
No, the people have a right to present evidence as to how the shooting
The
occurred.
question is, do they have a right to parade this shotgun in front of the jury when it isn't the gun used, and for the dramatic impact? That's what this is about. There's nothing complicated in describing how to put a shell into a shotgun. Even I can put a shell into a shotgun, and I have no other experience with guns. But I do have a shotgun. It's not that sophisticated. Now, I agree, if the defendants were to describe, or if in talking to other people in the statements of theirs that come in, were to describe methods that are inconsistent with what ballistics testimony would be, then they would have a right to put on that testimony. But if there is no dispute, this is just an excuse to bring in the ugly gun. That's all it is. And it has no appropriate purpose, because there's no argument about the points that they want to prove.
If the weapon is substantially similar, which is what the prosecution will have to show, and it's substantially similar in regards to how the weapon is loaded and how the cartridges are placed in the weapon, my view is that that would be relevant evidence to show how it was fired. Just because the defense doesn't dispute that it was reloaded, the way it was reloaded is still an issue and something that the trier of fact has a right to have demonstrated during the trial.
One
Yes.
additional point, Your Honor, which is to focus the court's attention on the 352 objection. The cases that they cited to the court, and especially the Price case, which is the latest Supreme Court case on this issue, dealt with a photograph of a weapon. And the prosecution in this case has the Mossberg catalog with the photographs of the Model 500 that they would need to use to illustrate this point to the jury. There is no reason why they have to take the extra step to parade a live shotgun in front of the jury when they can make the exact same point through far less prejudicial testimony. And even assuming that there's some arguable relevancy to it, the probative value is still outweighed by the prejudicial effect. In this case, when they have alternative means of doing so.
Well, the photograph certainly wouldn't show how a weapon is reloaded, and the reloading process could very well reflect upon the mental state of the individuals involved, the cold, calculated method of required to reload, the people's theory is that there is a premeditated killing here, and the
I
fact that the
understand.
reloading occurred and how it occurred is
I
relevant.
understand, Your Honor, but I think it gets back to Ms. Abramson's point that the issue here is not how the officer can use his dexterity to reload. And that would be a misleading impression to allow him to take the stand.
No, the jury would be admonished that he is certainly very experienced in the field, and the way he reloads certainly would not be equivalent to how another individual reloaded, but just the process of how reloading occurs.
But the verbal description of that process is more probative and less prejudicial and less misleading than him getting up there, misleading the jury by his dexterity and having the court say, well, don't take into account the fact that he's an experienced police officer. The court is just allowing gratuitously to have prejudice inflicted here, and there's no probative value.
Okay, number one, I don't find from what's been presented to me, it doesn't sound prejudicial, and it does sound probative, and we'll have the officer come in and demonstrate the reloading process, and after that, we'll complete the hearing. But from what's been presented to me, the reloading process does have relevance. Just because the defendants will admit that they did reload the weapon, the jury has no way of knowing how that reloading process occurs in general, not how it occurs with the expert witness, but just how one reloads the weapon. A physical act of reloading is much more helpful to the trier of fact than just a verbal description of it.
The court understands that, just one moment, that loading and reloading are exactly the same thing. There's no difference whether you're reloading the weapon or loading it for the first time. Just put the two shells in.
Yeah, but after you fired 2 shots into a human being and reloading it takes some thought and effort to do that. And if it's reloaded several times, then that's something the trier of fact should evaluate.
There's no issue of being reloaded several times. The gun holds 5 rounds without having to chamber a 6th.
Well, you didn't tell me how many rounds your clients would testify were in the weapon before it was reloaded. You just said there was 5 or less.
Right.
Okay, so we don't know how many times it was reloaded.
Yeah, I do know how many times it was.
Well, you don't know that. You just know what your
I
evidence
know
would
what
be.
the evidence is going to be, and I know what the people's ballistics evidence is, and I know what our ballistics evidence is.
Your Honor, I'm at a disadvantage because I don't know what the ballistic evidence is. We have not received a
All right.
report.
Okay, we'll take a break, give counsel a chance to get your witness in, and at a quarter after, or 20 after, so we'll wait for the jurors to all get back. Once all the jurors are in, then we'll have this witness demonstrate.
I don't want the jurors to see my witness carrying a shotgun. So how should I do that?
We'll wait until all the jurors are in the jury rooms, and then you can have them come in, okay?
Okay, so should I have him wait down in my office then?
Wherever he is, or wherever it would be appropriate for him to wait. I mean, that's up to you, so that he won't be seen by the jurors. Obviously, they could be anywhere in the building getting coffee or whatever.
All right, so I'll get him at 11:20.
All right,
Judge, can we have permission to ask the witness what he means by functionally equivalent? Of
course.
I have no idea what that.
yeah, no, that goes to the issue of whether the weapon is substantially similar to the weapon at issue.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please take the stand and state your name for the record.
Dwight Van Horn.
Could you spell your last name, please?
Yes, ma'am. VANHORN.
For purposes of this hearing, will counsel stipulate to his expertise?
Yes.
Thank you. Deputy Van Horn, the weapon that you have with you, could you identify it, please?
Yes, it's a pump-action Mossberg Model 500 AB shotgun in 12 gauge.
And are you aware of the type of shotgun that was purchased in this particular case?
Yes,
And have you made an examination as to the differences and similarities between the shotgun purchased in this case and the shotgun that you have in front of you?
yes,
Could you describe the differences first, please?
yes, ma'am. Basically, it would be in the model number. This particular shotgun has a different model number than the model number of the shotguns purchased in this case. And is it okay to handle this, Your Honor?
Is it unloaded?
Yes, sir, it is. And the difference would be the barrel length would be the same. It's 18.5 inches. The magazine, which is located underneath the barrel, is capable of holding 5 live rounds of ammunition. The differences are mainly differences in appearance, and that would be the stock which is the wooden portion in my right hand, in the firearms in question would have been made out of plastic, and also the forend, which I'm holding with my left hand, in the firearms in question would have been made out of plastic. And basically, that's the only differences.
How do you spell foreign?
Forend, it's 2 words.
Foreign, okay. Thank you.
Go through this again. The only difference is that the weapons that were purchased had plastic, and this has wood.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
The size of the barrel, length of the barrel, and the number of cartridges it could hold are all the same?
Yes, sir, they are.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, may I approach these? He's got a catalog here. And I've made copies of the catalog, presentations to the jury. Your Honor, I have here a 1989 original Mossberg catalog. I'd like to draw the court's attention to page 19. I think counsel has seen this. On page 19 of this 1989 Mossberg catalog, do you see a picture of the 2 weapons that you've just been discussing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, as the top one, the one with the synthetic stock and forend,
Yes, it is.
and the one on the bottom is a picture of the gun that you have today?
Yes.
Okay, would the court like to see that?
I can see it.
Okay, thank you. Other than that, is the gun identical to the one, model number 50406?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Yes.
The mechanism itself, the chamber and trigger and all the other mechanisms that involve the actual firing of a cartridge are all the same?
Yes, sir, they are.
Both weapons?
Yes,
Are
sir, they
identical
are.
in both weapons?
Yes, sir.
All right, cross-examination.
So you said that the weapon that was used in this case, of 50406, is depicted on page 19?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
What did you say?
I said that the differences between the firearm used in this case, that firearm would be depicted here. The 50406 is a catalog number. It's not the specific model number of the gun. The model number that's depicted here on page 19 refers to the catalog number of this gun with the pictured accessories.
Well, you see on page 18, there is a column listing the Model 500 Persuader and Cruiser.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And under that column is listed the 40506, correct?
50406, yes, sir.
50406. Right. The weapon you're pointing to is on an opposite page under a column which says Model 500 12 gauge mini combo, correct?
That's correct.
So what's the difference between the mini combo and the Persuader and Cruiser?
The difference is, as depicted on page 19 in the top picture that shows the shotgun with the plastic stock and forend, that particular catalog number comes with accessories. Those particular accessories would not be included with a 50406 catalog number.
Model 50406 is listed under Persuader and Cruiser, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And on that page, page 18, the depiction is of a Persuader,
Yes, sir.
which has a different loading mechanism than the gun you have in court, correct?
That's correct.
And could you explain the difference?
Yes, sir. First of all, that's not a loading mechanism. That's a area on the stock to hold spare magazines. And if you'll notice that in the column down here on page 18, that is called the speed feed stock, and that catalog number is 50425. So that is not the shotgun in question in this case either, sir.
All right, so 18 is misleading to the extent that it shows photographs of weapons which are not similar to the weapons in this case, correct?
Depends on what you mean by similar. To me, they would be similar because the functioning of the shotgun and the overall appearance are the same.
But in terms of an extra place to store ammunition, they're different.
That's correct.
And the extra barrel that is depicted on 19,
That's a heat shield, yes, sir. On the top photo, it's a heat shield.
and that's separate from the barrel itself.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Now, this gun that is depicted on 19, loads in the same way that the actual weapon in court that you have loads?
Yes, sir, it does.
Is there some way you can illustrate from looking at the photograph on 19 how that weapon is loaded? Could you explain that to me, just by reference to the photograph?
Through the loading port, which is underneath the bottom of the receiver, which is not really clearly depicted in the photograph.
And how would it be loaded?
It would be loaded by placing rounds of ammunition into the loading area, which is underneath the ejection port, which is the silver area depicted on the black receiver in the photograph.
And you would just keep feeding the shells into that area near the trigger?
Well, instead of talking about that area in the trigger on the photograph, let me show you that area in the gun.
Well, I'm asking you whether you can describe it here. We'll get to the gun in a minute.
I can describe it actually no better than I've already described it to you now, sir.
Which is how?
That it's underneath the bottom of the receiver.
And you take the shells and feed them into the area underneath the bottom of the receiver.
That's correct.
And those shells feed up into the tube, which is depicted in that photograph.
In the magazine tube, yes, sir.
And it holds how many rounds?
5 rounds.
That's all I have.
Any other examination by the co-defendant?
You work for the sheriff's department, and they have laboratory and photographic facilities, do they not?
Yes, they do.
And did anyone ever ask you to take a photograph of the underside of this gun, which shows the loading mechanism, the feeding mechanism?
No, they didn't.
And you could have done that if you had been asked, could you not? Or
Yes.
You had someone in the sheriff's department.
Yes.
There's nothing particularly unique about the loading or feeding mechanism of these guns. It's just a spring device. You just push the shell through, right?
That's correct.
You had some dummy shells you brought with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they in that envelope?
Yes, they are.
Would you take a couple out?
Your Honor, these are inert. They're dummy rounds. They're not capable of being fired. They're for functioning firearms.
These are birdshot rounds?
Yes.
Number 6?
I don't know what they are, to tell you the truth.
And you load them by sticking in there and go push?
That's correct.
And another one, you stick it there and you go push?
Correct.
And that's all it takes?
That's it. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, any further examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any further argument?
Well, we renewed the arguments from it.
Well, let's first hear your argument that this weapon is not substantially similar. You still stand by your position that this weapon is not substantially similar to the weapon that was used in this case?
Could I ask one additional question?
Yes.
You said that model was a 500 AB.
The one I have in court, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir, it is.
And is the 500 AB listed in that catalog you have there?
I'm not sure that Mossberg actually lists all the different letter variations that follow 500 in their catalog. Generally, they use a catalog number. And then if you went to the store and said, I want to see a 50406, then they would bring that out and show it to you, and that would be stamped with a particular model number.
Is one of the reasons why it's not listed because that wasn't part of their 1989 catalog? In other words, is that an older weapon?
It's an older weapon, and it may be a discontinued model. Yes, sir.
And have you actually compared that 500 AB to a 406?
Yes, sir.
You have?
Well, I do that by them. I wasn't aware of, I don't really pay much attention to the catalog numbers. Usually you have the gun and you go by the model number that's on the gun that you have.
Did you just say you did make that comparison?
Well, I did after looking at the catalog and understanding what the catalog says that the 50406 is. Yes, sir.
With an actual 50406, you made the comparison?
Yes,
Where'd you get the 50406?
it was in the lab on casework on another case.
So they have.
Is it still in the lab?
No, sir. It's evidence in another case.
When did you do that?
Probably within the last month or so.
Well, when were you asked to first look at the weapons in this case?
When, I don't
We're
understand.
getting a little far afield here, Mr. Burt.
Well, this goes to the issue of whether they have a weapon that's identical to the one that's an issue here, and whether there's any need to substitute a weapon that,
Well, when he first examined, it doesn't matter if this is substantially similar, really. What does it really matter that there's another weapon in custody of the sheriff on some other case?
I don't know if they are substantially similar. He said he examined them and they are, but if he's got another weapon, what would be the need of using a gun that's not the same model or make?
We'll ask him that.
We don't retain evidence, sir, when we're done looking at it in a case. When the evidence has been analyzed and the reports are written, that evidence is sent back to the submitting agency, whether it be a sheriff's station or another police department.
Did
So
you
it's,
make some documentation of the fact that you made that comparison?
no, sir.
You go in and don't, when you pull a piece of evidence from a case, you don't have to document it in some way?
Well, it was in the lab and being examined by another examiner, and it's not unusual to go over and look at evidence that another examiner is working on.
It may not be unusual, but my question is, did you walk over someplace, pick up the weapon without signing it out or in any way documenting the fact that you were making a comparison?
Yes,
And when did you do that?
within the last month or so, I would say.
And could we be provided that documentation?
I didn't make any documentation.
So there is no documentation of that?
That I looked at no, there isn't, no.
Does your lab have a record of guns that are in your custody?
No, we keep a record of lab receipts, but there's not individually listed on the receipt what was contained on that evidence.
That's all I know.
Anything else?
Yeah, I think another examiner was looking at this other gun because it was evidence in another case.
That's correct.
So there should be a report of his examination of that gun for that case, should there not?
Well, there could be, unless it was just in for a routine test fire, which would be nothing more than shooting the gun to see if it worked and stamping the back of the receipt. So there might not be a formal report.
Who was the examiner?
I don't remember. It was done in passing. It's a very common gun that we see every day.
Let's see if we can just focus on this. You don't remember who the examiner was?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember exactly when you saw this?
No, ma'am.
What called your attention to it?
Because I was familiar with the model number of the firearm used in this case, and I had already reviewed the catalog. And when I saw the shotgun, I went over and looked at it.
Just eyeball.
I handled it and looked at it. Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask you something. I have a Remington shotgun, and my shotgun loads from the side, back here. Does Mossberg make a shotgun that loads in the side?
I'm not familiar with a Remington shotgun that loads from the side. As far as I know, Remington shotguns also load from the bottom.
So your understanding is that all shotguns load from the bottom?
No, I don't think I said that. I said that the 870 Remington shotguns that I'm familiar with.
Well, I need
Put it
to.
down.
Don't worry, it's just got dummies.
Put it down. Your next question.
All right. My question was, do Mossbergs load from the side?
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
You could load a round through the ejection port, but the normal way to load this gun is to load it from the bottom through the magazine.
Show me how you load through the ejection port.
I'm gonna have to remove these rounds from the magazine. And the way you would do that is to physically place a round through the ejection port onto the shell carrier or the elevator, and then chamber the round.
Now could you load another one that way?
That way? No.
All right, so the minute you pull the pump back, that one's gonna come out.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, is it your expectation that when the district attorney examines you with that gun in this case, that she's going to ask you to demonstrate how it fires?
I believe so.
Would you do that now so the judge can hear it?
Hear what?
The sound that it makes,
I mean, it's the gun firing?
the gun chamber.
I mean, just pulling the trigger?
No, Your Honor, why don't we have the witness demonstrate? How do you fire a gun?
First thing you do is load a round of ammunition into the magazine. Chamber a round of ammunition from the magazine and make sure the safety was off. Pull the trigger, the firing pin fires, the shell fires.
Now, to fire again, what do you have to do?
To fire again, it takes a distinct act of pumping the pump slide or the slide all the way to the rear, then running the slide forward again. And when you bring the slide forward, it drops around onto the shell carrier. When you run the slide forward, it loads a round of ammunition into the chamber, making that next round ready to fire.
So if you had loaded that with this, you can load 5 in that without doing anything special, right?
Yes,
Put slide right in. And then each time you fire, you have to pull the pump back, then pull the trigger, then pull the pump back, then pull the trigger, correct?
that's correct.
Now, you cannot demonstrate with that gun how the shells eject, because those are dummies, and unless you fire, let me take that back. Will they eject?
Yes, they will.
Would you show the judge that? Load 3 and eject.
Well, I'd prefer not to chase 3 of these all over the courtroom, so if we could do it with just one. Just one. Okay, there's a round in the magazine. Hit the slider, chamber around, fire around, and pump the shotgun, and the expended round is expended from the gun, ejected from the gun.
All right, anything else?
Well, Your Honor, I would renew the objections before, because I think the purpose of this evidence is not to illustrate anything that needs demonstration to illustrate. But beyond that, since I anticipate the court will again overrule the objection, I would ask that the witness not be permitted to do what he just did more than once.
Do what? The firing and the
Firing
ejecting?
and the ejecting, just because it's just an inappropriate demonstration. If he fires more than once, it's an inappropriate demonstration of a pseudo experiment to give the jury a certain kind of sensory impression that is not accurate to what happened in the case.
All right, what is it that the people propose to do as far as demonstrations? I did not hear that the people intended to show that cartridges were ejected in a particular way with this weapon. Is that something you intended to do?
All I wanted to do is show how a cartridge was ejected from the weapon. I wasn't going to eject or have 5 or 6 ejected, one being sufficient, just to show how it happens. And I think from this demonstration, it's pretty clear that the demonstration is quite illustrative.
All right, and you earlier indicated you wanted to show how the weapon was loaded.
Correct.
Right.
That would not entail unloading it through ejection 6 times, however.
Okay, and did the defense wish to be heard any further?
Well, we just renew our objections, and also, Your Honor, it appears from the witness's testimony or from the prosecution's offer that she's also offering the catalog. So is she going to be permitted to do not only the weapon in court, but also to show the jury the catalog as well? It would be our position that it's objectionable under 352.
All right, I had not heard that she intends to use the catalog. She was using that in this hearing. Did you intend to use it?
I had intended to use the catalog.
All right,
It's our position, Your Honor, that this witness's testimony can be illustrated through reference to the catalog alone, and that there's no necessity for the gun under 352.
all right, well, there are different issues here. I assume that people are not going to offer the weapon in evidence and have the jury take it into the jury room.
That's correct.
And it's just being used for demonstrative purposes. So something that actually shows what the weapon looked like would be a separate item of evidence that the jury might be presented with, so that the jury would have, during deliberations, a photograph of what the weapon actually looked like. That's different than the demonstrations that will be conducted here in court. It's not cumulative evidence, it's separate evidence.
Well, but it's also irrelevant. There's no contested issue as to what the weapon looks like, especially after they've seen it in court. Second of all, Your Honor, the catalog contains information, hearsay information, so I don't think she could admit the catalog wholesale in any event.
Well, I agree with that. A photograph of the weapon would be appropriate, and at this point, we're not dealing with the admissibility of or receipt of evidence of that catalog, just whether the prosecution is going to mark it as an exhibit. Whether it ultimately gets received would depend upon other objections, such as extraneous material contained within it that has no relevance to these proceedings. Getting back to the weapon in question here and whether or not the witness may demonstrate by use of the weapon, the court finds that this weapon is substantially similar to the weapon that was used in this case. The weapon used in this case, by evidence presented and without dispute, has been destroyed. It was destroyed by the defendants. The weapon here is used solely for the purpose of demonstration as to how a weapon such as this, which is substantially similar to the weapon in question, was reloaded, and how the cartridges are ejected as the firing occurs. The court would admonish the jury that this witness is an expert and his manner of dealing with the weapon is not designed to show how it was loaded specifically at the time in question, just generally to show how a weapon such as this is loaded and how a cartridge is ejected from it. Seeing the weapon in court has probative and relevant value, and I don't find it to be prejudicial. And if whatever prejudicial effect it might have is certainly outweighed substantially by its probative value, and it demonstrates how the weapon is fired, how it is loaded, and further seeing the weapon and just seeing it in court is relevant evidence in regards to evidence presented in this case as far as where the weapon was, how it was concealed, what happened to it after the shooting. All of these things are relevant, and for a jury to have a means of dealing with that evidence, the jury should be presented with the actual weapon in a demonstrative way, as it will be done in this court. As further as I've indicated, the manner of reloading is circumstantial evidence and relevant evidence in regards to the state of mind of the individuals at the time the weapon was used. It's a matter of for the jury to determine what weight to give that evidence, but at this point the court finds it's relevant and material evidence, and exercising discretion under Section 352 of the Evidence Code, I find that the relevance of the evidence substantially outweighs any prejudicial effect.
Could I make a request? And
Yes.
that is that at the point that he's demonstrating the gun, that the microphone be moved away because it amplifies it.
Certainly. That, we'll do that. And you had something, Ms. Abramson?
Same thing.
Okay, yeah, that will be done. And since we're almost at the noon hour, unfortunately, we'll have to do that this afternoon. One of the bailiffs indicated to me that one or more of the jurors for Lyle Menendez indicated that they would request that the court reintroduce all the parties here, since all the lawyers are at counsel table, your backs are to them at some times, and just to reinforce in their minds who everybody is here, I'll do that. I'll bear in mind that each jury until Tuesday of this week only dealt with one set of lawyers and one defendant, so I think it's appropriate to do that.
You know, Your Honor, I don't think our jury knows who Mrs. Bluzanich is, because you didn't introduce her to them the other day.
I know, I've seen some of them, but.
Well, she was present during the publicity voir dire, so,
Not the last bunch,
okay,
and there's 3 of them on the jury.
okay. All right, then we'll certainly do that.
One other matter, let me just, one other matter, tomorrow is very up in the air, as you know, the criminal courts building is closed down due to a sewage overflow, and it's closed again today, and all 3 of my cases are there.
I heard on the radio that they were hoping to open it at noon. What that does with their case flow or any other flow in the building, I don't know, but.
The usual affluent flow in the building. Well, I don't know. I mean, we'll see, but I'll call there late in the afternoon to see if 100 is going to be open tomorrow. If for some reason it's closed, my concern is they're just putting cases over. I've got no control over it.
Well, why don't you see if they are open, and if they are not going to hold your case tomorrow, at least put in your bid as to when to have them recalendared, and I can perhaps give you some dates that
Okay.
might.
My walk-ons I'm not concerned about, but one of my clients is a customer.
Okay. Anything else now, since we're about to take our break?
Judge, just wanted to bring to the court's attention, since the court raised this issue yesterday, when I came in this morning, there were 5 cameras set up blocking my entrance to the courthouse at a time when at least 4 jurors from the Lyle Menendez case and 2 jurors from the Eric Menendez case were walking in at the same time. I don't think the court could have been clearer yesterday that the cameras are not to remain in that area, and there were 5 cameras set up in the immediate area outside the entranceway to the courthouse.
Well, when you say set up, you mean that they were conducting interviews or just cameras there watching people as they come into the courthouse?
5 cameramen with cameras tracking lawyers and people as they're coming into the courthouse.
But no effort to interview anybody?
Well, the effort, no.
All right, thank you. We'll speak with representatives of the Radio and Television News Association and see if we can organize this more properly.
Thank you.
Were you gonna make introductions now because Mr. Perry isn't here?
No,
After lunch?
yeah, it would take a few minutes to get all the jurors in anyway. So we'll have the bailiffs go to each jury and apologize for the delay and tell them to come back at 1:30. And well, why don't you, before you do that, let's get rid of the equipment here and put it under the table to bring the jurors out. And then we'll be in recess until 1:30. All right, it would help me if you would let me know what they are before we start discussing them at 1:30 tomorrow.
Here's what I've done. I've marked up all the statements, including his March 7th tape statement, and Mr. Kuriyama will be done with his review of that shortly, and then the court will have it. He now has to mark up for the court's benefit and my benefit what portion, if any, of the body wire transcripts he wants to use. Because based on 1 ruling that you've already made, much of it cannot be used. And I don't see the point in my marking up a 60-page transcript with everything I think is irrelevant if he's not intending to use it. So he's going to go forward with that and have that ready in the morning, so he could get that to the court in the morning, and I'll get it from him as soon as I get out there from downtown.
Well, you're just marking things up and I'm supposed to know what it is that is objected to, or?
No, the marking will tell you what the objections are, what you're going forward with. I think the issue of relevancy and prejudice is pretty obvious in most of these.
I mean, even I could discern it.
Well, you can discern it if you want to, I suppose. I think you'll understand.
Depends on how receptive I am.
Yes, Judge, definitely. I think you'll understand why we're objecting. And as far as making the record for each aspect, that's what we need to do during the course of the hearing. Because although we have briefed it, as the court knows, it's briefed over maybe 6 different pleadings, it's very hard to weave them back together again. So I think it just takes the time of the hearing.
All right, I'll inform the jury of that. What is the schedule then for Monday so that when we have it, as previously indicated to the jurors, we have them all coming back Monday at 9. So is that still the plan?
Well, Mr. Signorelli is going to be on Monday morning, but it looks like Lyle Menendez's jury doesn't need to be back until the afternoon.
Well, I don't know if that's the plan, to have Signorelli on Monday morning or not. Is that your
Yes.
intention to call him on Monday morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how long will his testimony take before the jury?
Direct testimony is probably an hour, 32 hours, and I don't know how long the cross-examination.
Let's assume the morning shot.
You think there's a good opportunity to complete his testimony on Monday morning?
I can't be sure, Your Honor. I don't think he'll take an entire day, but I think he'll take at least a morning, maybe another 40 minutes in the afternoon. I can't be sure. You know, to some extent, it depends on how much you're going to let him say based on the evidentiary rulings.
All right.
So I think let's assume the morning, and if the other jury has to wait a little bit.
All right. Anything else now before the juries come in?
There is one brief thing, Your Honor. I made a statement this morning about the electronic media being up between the entranceway to the courthouse, and they complained to me over the lunch hour that I had misrepresented the facts to the court. And I wanted to clarify that they were in the area, in the grassy knoll area out in front of the courthouse.
This is not Dallas.
I understand. And
Feels like Dallas.
it was their understanding that that was perfectly appropriate for them to be in. It was our understanding that the court had indicated a designated area that did not include that grassy area.
Well,
I'd ask the court to clarify what the rules are for that
Okay.
benefit.
And ours.
We'll have the court liaison officer discuss that matter. The principal concern the court has and has had is the interviewing process. That is the most significant thing that can disrupt a trial, and that counsel would be interviewed in an area that would perhaps create the opportunity for the jurors to overhear. Having a camera or two in an area adjoining the entrance is not nearly as intrusive as the interviews that were my concern. But we'll discuss this further with the media as far as the positioning of those cameras, and perhaps they can further agree to have a pooling of cameras rather than having a multitude of cameras. But it is, as you describe it today, much less of a problem than it was yesterday. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I didn't mean to suggest that they were up on the stairs right in front of the door. They weren't. They were in the grassy area. And it was less of a problem today. There were only 5 cameras today as opposed to about 20 yesterday.
I think they're finally getting bored.
All right. Well, things do taper off as the trial progresses.
Good.
Anything else now? The only thing that I would bring to your attention is that you asked me to look at contents of a sealed envelope. And it's a transcript from the Beverly Hills Municipal Court proceedings of September the 1st and October the 13th, 1992, if that's what you were looking for.
All years, a sealed envelope arrived and some transcripts unsealed arrived, and so we thought, the district attorney and I thought that maybe we should open it up and saw it. Was it sealed for any reason?
I have no idea.
Was everybody there?
It was sealed.
Was it sealed from the media or sealed from the prosecution?
It's just a transcript that was prepared at the request of Jill Lansing, attorney at law, prepared by the municipal court reporter. I don't know why it's sealed at all.
Does the second page indicate who was present during the, because there were several on camera at the party?
I don't say.
Well, at one point here, there's a reporter that says that she can't find her notes
Right?
of October the 17th, 1992. And proceedings of September the 1st, there was proceedings in chambers with both sides present.
Okay, thank you. This probably still from the public then.
So it's available to all counsel. All right, let's take a short break and have the juries come in. The juries are both present now as well, and good afternoon to you, and I'm sorry for the delays, and my apologies. There were some matters that we had to discuss. When I say we, the lawyers and I had to discuss before we could resume, and unfortunately, occasionally those things do happen during the trial when we have matters that require some hearings before we can proceed. There are a couple housekeeping matters I want to deal with here, and then we'll resume with testimony. First of all, regarding scheduling, there's going to be another change as far as tomorrow is concerned. So let me give you that information first. I've already said that the jury for Lyle Menendez will not be here tomorrow, and that still is the situation, that that jury will not be present tomorrow at all. And now it turns out that we will not need the jury for Eric Menendez tomorrow at all either. Yesterday I said we would need you in the morning. Now it turns out we won't need you at all tomorrow. There's going to be some matters that we'll be discussing here, and we won't need the jury here tomorrow either. On Monday morning, I will change the schedule for the Eric Menendez or the Lyle Menendez jury as well. For Lyle Menendez, we won't need you here Monday morning. We'll need you here in the afternoon at 1:30. So the Lyle Menendez jury is free all day tomorrow and Monday morning, and is to come back Monday afternoon at 1:30. Yes, sir. Just to be on the safe side, we might still be going with the other jury. So why don't you check in over there? But once we get going and we have both juries in the courtroom, I'll switch you so that you'll be in the jury box. But Monday morning, we will have the Eric Menendez jury here at 9 o'clock. I want you here at 9 o'clock Monday so that we can proceed with testimony that will only involve the jury involving Eric Menendez. So we'll want you here Monday at 9 o'clock, and we'll have testimony regarding Eric Menendez's jury on Monday morning. And what I'll do is just to follow up on this, put this in writing, and we'll give it to you so that you'll all have it for each jury, so that we won't have any problems. And as I indicated, as things are made known to me, as soon as I learn of them, I'll let you know. It just happened that we had a change of situation this afternoon. There has been a request for information regarding days when we will not be in session. And let me just, going way ahead here to October the 11th. It might very well be that the case could be over by then. I have no way of knowing, but we're scheduled to go into the end of November, and it's possible we'll go that long, but also the trial could be completed before then. But October the 11th is a legal holiday, so we're not in session on October the 11th. That's a Monday, Columbus Day. The court is not in session. And as I formalize the schedule regarding any other days, I'll let you know as soon as I'm aware of it. Anybody have any questions? Yes, sir.
September 6th and October 11th.
Yeah, those are both legal holidays. September 6th is Labor Day. Anybody else have any scheduling questions right now? Okay, there was also a request by the jury. Oh, say, yeah.
September 16th, is there any chance that will be on?
All right, a religious holiday? Yeah, we'll be off September 16th, okay? September the 16th is a holiday, a religious holiday. We'll be off that day, September the 16th. For those of who will need that day off for a religious holiday. September the 16th, which is a Thursday. All right. Let's go to, anybody else have any questions regarding scheduling? Okay. There was a request, and it's an appropriate one, since we have two separate juries and we've been involved in jury selection, one jury at a time, and you've just been introduced on Tuesday to the participants for the first time. So let me do it once more here so that everyone knows the name that goes with the face that's at council table here, and then we'll get on with our testimony. First, I'll just go down the road here and introduce people at council table. First of all, Michael Burt, if you would stand. He is one of the attorneys for Lyle Menendez. Then Lyle Menendez, would you stand? And then Ms. Jill Lansing is the other attorney for Lyle Menendez. Ms. Leslie Abramson, she's one of the attorneys for Eric Menendez. Mr. Eric Menendez. And Ms. Marcia Morrissey, and she's the other lawyer for Eric Menendez. Mrs. Pamela Bozanich, she's one of the deputy district attorneys. And Mr. Lester Kuriyama, he's the other deputy district attorney. And the other gentleman at council table will be the next witness. So he'll be introduced when we have him called as a witness. So now let's proceed with the next witness. You may call him to the witness stand, please.
People call Deputy Dwight Van Horn.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause of pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about the law?
Yes, I do.
Take a stand and state your name for the record.
Dwight Van Horn, last name P-A-N-H-O-R.
All right.
Deputy Van Horn, what do you do for a living, please?
I'm the Deputy Sheriff for Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, assigned to the Scientific Services Bureau Firearms Identification Section as a firearms examiner.
Do you work in the same building with Mr. Catalani, who was here yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Now, in addition to being a firearms examiner, are you also a sworn deputy sheriff?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a firearms examiner, sir?
Since September of 1985.
And prior to that time, did you receive any training in using firearms?
Yes.
And was it the basic kind of training that you get at the Sheriff's Academy, or did you have any additional training before 1985?
The training at the Sheriff's Academy, yes, ma'am.
Did you have any military training?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what kind was that, please?
I was in the Air Force and I was in the Air Police as when I was in the Air Force.
Now, starting in 1985, what kind of training and education did you get in order to become an expert at examining firearms?
I first worked under the direct supervision of 5 other firearms examiners who had in excess of 40 years' experience in the field of firearms identification. They allowed me to read and become familiar with most of the leading periodicals and publications that relate to firearms identification. I've had the opportunity to tour and attend study groups with most of the leading manufacturers of ammunition and firearms located here on the West Coast. During the course of my training, I attended 2 courses at the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Quantico, Virginia, relating to firearms identification.
Now, let me interrupt you for a moment. The courses that you took at the FBI, what kind of courses were they, and for how long did each one of them last?
Each course was a week long. The first week was the gunpowder and gunshot residue school, which also included pattern determinations. The second school, also a week long, was a crime scene investigation school.
All right, I've interrupted you. Please continue.
I'm a member of the Association of Firearms and Toolmark Examiners and a member of their safety committee. I'm a technical advisor to the International Wound Ballistics Association. And this past summer and the summer before last, I served on the California Department of Justice Committee on determining the identification criteria for assault weapons. During the course of my duties, I have test fired in excess of 6,000 firearms, made in excess of 10,000 ballistic comparisons, and testified as a firearms expert in federal, superior, and municipal courts on 159 prior occasions.
159 precisely?
Prior occasions.
Okay. Deputy Van Horn, in this particular case, did you have an opportunity to make any ballistic comparisons?
Basically, there were ballistic identifications. There was no comparisons per se made in this case.
Okay, could you explain to us what a ballistic comparison is, please?
One of the primary things that a firearms examiner does is to determine if bullets or cartridge cases or some other ammunition component was fired from a particular firearm. And that is done by comparing evidence that is submitted to you against test fires from firearms that are submitted to you. And the comparisons are made by way of a comparison microscope to see if the evidence that you received and the test fires have the same individual characteristics that allow you to say that they're fired from the same gun.
In other words, if I had a gun and I wanted to know if that gun had fired a bullet which had been recovered from someplace else, would you then fire a test bullet through the gun and compare the 2 bullets, the one that I wanted to know about and the one that you fired from the gun?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you would compare the bullets to see if, in fact, the one I was curious about had, in fact, been fired from that gun?
Yes.
Okay. You did not perform anything like that in this case, correct?
No.
Now, is it possible for that kind of comparison to be made when shotgun shells are used?
Yes.
Okay. But shotguns don't use bullets. They use something else, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I have here a diagram. I'd like to have it and its companion marked as People's, I believe, 44.
Are they separate diagrams?
They're copies of each other.
Okay, 44.
Yes. May I approach, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe both juries can see that better if I put them both up. Put one higher. Deputy Van Horn,
Excuse me, why don't I make a suggestion? Why don't we put the second chart on your chair, turned around, close to the steering wheel?
is that all right, Mr. Horn? If I just put it on this chair?
Yes.
Okay. Deputy Van Horn, this exhibit 44, which is rather crudely done by me. On the left side, there appears to be a piece of Xerox paper with some drawings on it. And I'd like to ask you what these represent.
They represent the 4 stages of a shotgun pattern as it opens up as the muzzle of the firearm gets further away from the target.
And what is it that's different between a bullet that goes through like a handgun or a rifle as compared with a shotgun? What is the difference in types of ammunition?
Well, a handgun or a rifle generally fires a cartridge that contains a single projectile. A shotgun usually fires a cartridge, or in this case, a shot shell, that generally contains multiple projectiles. It can contain one projectile, and that's called a slug. But generally, shotgun shells are loaded with pellets.
Your Honor, I have here another exhibit. I'd like to have it marked as equals 45, exhibit 45. And I have 2 copies.
All right, 45.
Deputy Van Horn. Okay.
And obviously, if anybody wanted to stand up and get a better look at that, you can do that.
Now, Deputy Van Horn, looking at 45, which I'll hold up here for this hearing. Would you describe what it is that's depicted on this exhibit, please?
Well, on the left side of the exhibit depicts a cross-section of a loaded round of shot shell ammunition containing what's commonly referred to as birdshot, or rather small pellets. It shows the different components of that shot shell. And on the right, another cutaway drawing of a loaded shot shell depicting double-aught buckshot, which buckshot is a larger pellets, larger than birdshot.
Referring now to the composition of birdshot, could you briefly describe how it is that the shell is constructed when there's birdshot involved? We've heard some testimony about wadding, so why don't you start with wadding?
Okay, basically there's 2 types of wadding. The wadding that's currently loaded in buckshot, which was depicted on the display on 45 on the right, generally consists of 3 pieces of wadding. Immediately at the bottom of the shotgun shell, you can see some granular material. That's gunpowder. Right on top of the gunpowder is the first wad that you would encounter in a shotgun shell, and that's referred to as an overpowder wad.
Deputy Van Horn, what is the purpose of a wad?
A wad is a spacing material, and it keeps things in their proper order inside the shotgun shell. It keeps the gunpowder from slipping up with the shot pellets, and the shot pellets from mixing down with the powder.
After the overpowder wad, what comes next?
Once again, talking about the shell that's depicted on the right side of 45, the next in order up from the overpowder wad would be either spacer or filler wads. And what they do is exactly that. They take up space, or they fill up space inside the shotgun shell. Then immediately on top of the spacer or filler wads would be the buckshot. And then at the very top is the enclosed portion of the shotgun shell, and that's done by means of what's called a star crimp, as you can see displayed in the right side of People's 45.
Now then, let's refer back to People's 44, which is up on the board is the bigger one. On the left-hand side is a Xerox of some circles, and then to the right is the last one that appears to be a circle made up of smaller circles. I believe you indicated that those are indicators of patterns that are made by shotgun shells.
Shot pellets, yes, ma'am.
Shot pellets. Okay, could you tell us, first of all, did you examine any kind of weapon in regards to this particular case? That is, did you have a weapon to examine to see if it had been used in this case?
No.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that in order to make exact determinations of how far away one is from something that is hit to make such a pattern, that you actually need the exact weapon?
Yes, you do.
Okay, and why is that?
Well, with the shotgun, it's especially important. Within a shotgun barrel, The length of the barrel can vary from as short as 18.5 inches up to approximately 32 inches. Then to further complicate things as far as the shotgun goes, inside the barrel of the shotgun at the muzzle, which is the very front end of a barrel of a firearm, the manufacturers have different chokes. And
Okay, what's a choke?
what a choke does, it's a constriction. It actually constricts the end of the shotgun barrel from its normal diameter to a smaller diameter, and that's generally found on longer barrel shotguns. And the purpose for that is to keep the pattern tighter for greater distances for hunting or sporting purposes.
So in the questions I'm going to ask you about these patterns, are your answers very general because of the fact that you don't have a weapon?
That's correct.
All right. Now, referring to the top circle, which appears to be just a piece of black, what is that supposed to indicate there in Exhibit 44?
Well, that would indicate the pattern of a multiple projectile load, whether it was buckshot or birdshot, from a distance of contact. In other words, the barrel of the shotgun right up against the target to some distance. Whatever that distance would be would once again vary upon the shotgun, the length of the barrel, and the type of ammunition that was used. The next one down in order would be at some distance greater than contact, and at what we see here in the second circle is on the inside is actually what we're looking at here. And you can see the inside edges are scalloped. And what that depicts is as the shotgun pellet pattern gets further away from the muzzle, the pellets start to open up and spread. The spread there, we can start to see some individual pellets making their own mark, but they're still part of the solid group of pellets that's going down range.
Now, the third one down, which is a circle that has circles both inside and out of it.
Okay, that would depict, at that point, the pattern has now reached a distance away from the muzzle of the shotgun where individual pellets are starting to break away from the group of pellets, and they're called satellite or independent pellet strikes. But the bulk of the pattern is still pretty much concentrated together.
And to the right of the one about which you were just speaking, there appears to be a circle made up of little circles. What is that supposed to indicate?
That would indicate at a distance that would be greater than the third picture, the third one from the top, where all the pellets are now separated and each individual pellet is making its own strike on a target.
Now, starting back with the one at the top, which I believe on the diagram has a little A next to it. So that would be a contact wound, is that correct?
That would be contact and out to some distance, yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you give us a distance?
No, I'd really not rather do that.
Okay, because you don't have a weapon?
I don't have a weapon and I don't have precisely the brand of ammunition that was used, which would also affect the range.
All right, so the only thing you can say then, would that be true with the other three?
Yes, it would.
Yes.
All right, so all you can say then is that pellet patterns range in looks from the one at the top all the way down to the one here, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then after this one, which I think I'm gonna mark as D, Your Honor, because it's not marked.
Right.
After that, do they continue to just get bigger and bigger?
Yes, they do.
All right, so this then demonstrates the way in which the pattern spreads, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I believe you indicated something about birdshot and buckshot and double up. Could you explain, for those of us who might not understand or know about this, what is the difference between birdshot and buckshot, and what is the purpose of that?
The purpose of what is commonly referred to as birdshot is basically that it's for hunting birds or very small animals. And the purpose of buckshot is either as a defensive round of ammunition or to shoot larger game.
All right, and traditionally, how many little pellets of birdshot would there be in a 12 gauge shotgun shell?
It would depend on the size of the shot, and then it would also depend upon the size of the shot charge that was placed into that particular shot shell.
All right, well, can you give us an idea? Are we talking about 10, 20, 50?
In birdshot?
Yes, in
Well,
birdshot.
In birdshot, let's say it was number 7.5, which is generally about the smallest size of birdshot that's available. The pellet would range somewhere from about 350 pellets for a 1 ounce load of birdshot, which is a fairly standard load, up to probably as many as 530 pellets for an ounce and a half, which would be considered a heavy load.
You know, when you're talking about load, are you talking about one shotgun shell could hold anywhere from those two ranges?
Yes,
All right. So in this particular case, you have no idea how many birdshot pellets were there. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, could you tell us about buckshot? Traditionally, in one shotgun shell, how many pellets of buckshot would you expect to find of number 4 buckshot?
The standard loading for number 4 buckshot contains 27 pellets of 24 caliber size shot pellets.
27 pellets, is that correct?
Yes.
And how about number 3 buckshot? Do you know?
Number 3 buckshot, and the same as a standard load, if there is such a thing for number 3 buck anymore, would probably be about 23 or 24.
Now, when you say any more, what does that mean?
It's not commonly encountered. Number 3 buckshot is not commonly encountered.
Right. Did you have an opportunity to look at some evidence involving this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. May I approach, please?
I'm going to show you, not number 17, but I'm going to show you exhibit number 16. Now, there appears to be a Sheriff's Department seal on there and a signature that starts with a D. Is that, in fact, your seal and your signature for on 17?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you have examined the contents of this, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, removing the contents now of this, exhibit 16. May I have a moment, please? No, I'm not going to open all this. I'm just going to. All right, I'm looking at what's been marked as 16C, which is item number 11. I'm going to open this once again. Inside there appears to be a piece of plastic that I would like you to tell me about.
Okay, this piece of plastic is a combination wad column. It's a 12
Combination.
wad column. It's made out of plastic, and it's commonly used with birdshot type loads.
Okay, and that would be what is exhibited on the right side of exhibit 45.
Yes,
Okay, now, may I just show this to the jury quickly?
the left side of 45.
So the thing that I'm holding up right now for the jury, which is 16C, this is a form of wine, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Why don't you just pass it around?
Okay.
You can continue your examination.
Yes, I shall. Referring now to what is marked as 16G, open it. And you previously examined everything in both of these envelopes, 16 to 17?
Yes, I have.
I'm just going to give somebody those examples. All right, this appears, this is item 5A for the record, out of 16G. I'd like to ask you what this is, please.
That's a 12 gauge plastic over powder shot wad.
We're not going to be able to pass all of these things around for various reasons. One of them is that we have to maintain some way of documenting where they all came from, and we don't want to lose track of them. And secondly, it takes quite a bit of time to pass all the exhibits around, and really doesn't serve that great a purpose. You'll have the exhibits during deliberations. As you've noticed during the trial, we haven't shown you every little photograph that has been referred to. If we did, we'd have to stop the proceedings each time a photograph was discussed and let everybody look at it before we went on to the next. It just doesn't constitute a very effective way of dealing with our time here. But all the exhibits that will be received will be in the jury room for the jury to look at.
Deputy Van Horn, I have here.
We had another jury that might want to see the same
Sorry.
thing. It showed one jury.
Deputy Van Horn, I'm showing you item 5A. I'd like to ask you to describe what that is, please.
That's a 12 gauge plastic over powder shot wad.
And in addition to the 2 plastic wads, which we've now talked about, did you also find some fiber wadding?
Yes.
Now, in addition to finding wadding, what else did you discover in the exhibit, which is 16 and 17?
Shot pellets.
What kind of shot pellets did you find?
They were both buckshot and birdshot pellets.
And you've just described what buckshot and birdshot are in your testimony, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the buckshot, were you able to determine what kind of buckshot it was?
As far as size or
Yes,
manufacturer?
the size.
The size to me is most consistent with number 4 buckshot.
So that would be the kind where 27 pellets are contained?
That's correct.
Now, in examining the wadding, were you able to determine how many shots were fired inside of the place where those things were discovered?
Based upon the plastic wadding, the over powder wads and the wad columns, I found 6 over powder wads and 2 shot columns, wad columns that would indicate to me that at least 8 shots were fired.
Okay, and when you say the 2 shot columns, would those be shot columns affiliated with birdshot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you see any other kind of wadding that wasn't the shot column wadding, which is what we passed to the jury? Did you see any other kind of wadding that's affiliated with birdshot?
No.
Now, the fact that you, from the wadding, could tell that from the wadding only, that 8 shots were fired, does that mean that only 8 shots were fired?
I don't know.
All right. Did you examine some photographs of the crime scene before testifying today?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you some photographs which have previously been introduced as exhibits 37, 38, 39, which appear to be some louvers and also a door, the outside of a French door. And referring specifically to photograph 37, which is the outside of the French door, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not shots were fired through that door?
The damage that's depicted in the photos is consistent with a damage that would be caused by a shotgun blast.
Now, in looking at photograph 37, were you able to determine how many shotgun blasts went through that door?
At least 2.
All right. Now, the damage made by these was made by the shotgun pellets, correct?
Yes.
All right. And from what you can discern in this photograph 37, can you tell whether or not the pellets which caused the damage to the door had already gone through something else before getting there?
Not really.
All right. Now, if in fact, we have a motion. I'm going to switch chairs, so put these up.
If in fact that there were more rounds fired than 8, would the fact that you only found wadding for 8 shots be of concern to you as an expert?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can phrase the questions.
Sure.
Ambiguous.
All right. The fact that you were only given 8, enough wadding to make 8 shots, does that mean that only 8 shots were fired?
No.
Why not?
What it means to me is, as not having been to the scene, is that was the evidence that was submitted to me to examine. So I really wouldn't know how many shots were fired at the scene based upon what was given to me.
Now, in Exhibit 44 on the right-hand side appears to be a photograph, which from this distance looks like just a bunch of smoke. Could you tell me what that's supposed to be? It's the photograph on the right of Exhibit 44.
Yes. Starting at the top on the sequence of photos from top to bottom, it shows gases and pellets being expelled from a shotgun barrel. All the way at the top is a small cloud of gas that's going to precede the shot pellets out of the barrel of the gun, which is pretty much normal procedure when firearms are fired. The second photograph down shows the shot pellet in front of a a much larger cloud of explosive gases and combustion material from the from the gunpowder burning. And in the third photo down, the gases are still rapidly expanding as the pellet load gets even further from the muzzle of the barrel. And in the bottom photo, once again, the gas cloud, the products of combustion are still enlarging as the pellets get further away from the muzzle.
Now, referring to the left on that chart, number 44, the top, in a contact wound, what happens to the gases that are demonstrated on the right side?
They go inside the wound.
Now, are you an expert in shotgun wounds?
I know what shotgun wounds look like.
But are you an expert, or is that something the coroner does?
If you're talking about the damage that's done inside the body, no, I'm not an expert in that.
Okay. Did you bring something to court with you today that we haven't discussed yet?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have the deputy exhibit that, please? It's not going to be marked.
Yes.
Okay. Deputy Van Horn, have you brought a Mossberg shotgun to court with you today?
Yes, I did.
Would you please take out the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Perhaps we should move the microphone.
Yes, I'll do that.
Are you going to ask him some questions about this weapon first? Okay, put the microphone back there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but I want to put these away so we have to start using evidence. Now, are you aware of a model number of a Mossberg shotgun number 50406?
A catalog number, yes, ma'am.
And do you have a shotgun with you today that is similar to a model 50406?
Yes, I do.
A catalog number, I'm sorry, I'm misusing the term. Could you please show the jury what it looks like? Just hold it up. Okay, could you tell us what that is?
It's a Mossberg 12 gauge shotgun. It's a pump action shotgun, and it has an 18.5-inch barrel and is capable of holding a total of 6 12 gauge shot shells.
Why don't you stand up and hold it up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, why don't you put the microphone aside towards the judge, please? And could you show the jury how one loads that kind of shotgun?
Yes.
Now, do you have live rounds with you?
No, these are dummy rounds for functioning purposes only.
How many of them do you have today?
I brought a total of 6.
Okay. Would you please put all of them in and show us how to do it? Now, you've been doing this for how many years? Loading shotguns?
Oh, more than 20.
All right, so would you say you're pretty good at it?
I've done it before.
Okay, all right, so keeping that in mind.
Okay, to load this shotgun, I'll describe a little bit of this shotgun to you, the primary parts. The long tube at the top here is the barrel. The shorter tube at the bottom is the magazine that contains the rounds of ammunition. This area right here is called the ejection port. When the shotgun is fired and the pump is activated and you expel a expended shotgun shell, this is where it comes out, the ejection port. This is the trigger guard. The front portion here, the wood portion, is called a fore-end or a pump handle. The back wooden portion is called a stock. Do you want all 6 rounds loaded in here?
Yeah, could you show us how, now, when you're on, we're going to just,
to loading the sixth shell?
Yes.
Overruled. You may do that.
They would be heard, it's on vote.
No, it's already been discussed. You may do that.
Thank you. Okay, to load the shotgun, you must make sure that the slide is all the way to the front of the gun. Then you take rounds of ammunition, dummy rounds of ammunition, load them into the bottom portion of the shotgun, and then they're retained in the magazine. Okay, that's 5 rounds in the magazine. That's the capacity of the magazine. The magazine will not hold any more rounds. To get the 6th round into the shotgun, you must operate the shotgun to place one of the rounds of ammunition from the magazine into the chamber, which is the back portion of the barrel. And to do that, you have to hit the slide release, which is at the back of the trigger guard here, which releases the slide. You bring the slide all the way to the rear, run the slide back forward. And now there's a dummy round of ammunition in the chamber, and it means now that we can put one more round of ammunition in the gun. So we take the 6th round of ammunition, place it in the gun, and there's now 6 rounds of ammunition in the firearm.
Now, could you show us how one shell is ejected from the gun after the shotgun has been fired
Yes,
without hitting anyone?
yes. Obviously, nothing's going to happen here because these are dummy rounds. You pull the trigger, the hammer falls inside the gun, and this automatically releases the slide release. Before we had to operate the slide release. We don't have to do that now. Pulling a trigger does that. So you operate the slide, it ejects the round of ammunition. You bring the slide forward, takes the next available round of ammunition from the magazine, inserts it into the chamber, and makes the shotgun ready to fire again.
All right, thank you. If you want to take the dummy rounds out and go ahead and put it down.
You just go ahead with your examination.
Okay. Deputy Van Horn, how does the gun that you have here in court today differ from a Mossberg catalog number 50406?
In the material that the forend and the stock are made out of, the
Okay, the material that they what?
forend and stock are made out of.
All right, could you tell us what they are, what a forend and a stock are, please?
Yes, let me just do this here real quick. Okay, the forend or pump handle or slide handle is the wooden portion at the front of the gun right here. And the stock is the wooden portion at the rear of the gun right here.
And in the catalog number 50406, those are made of a different material than the weapon you have in court here today?
Yes, they are.
And what are they made of?
Plastic or synthetic.
Do you have a copy of the Mossberg gun manual for 1989 with you?
Catalog, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, I have here a copy, a Xerox copy of that catalog. May I have this marked as People's 46, please?
Yes.
May I put, please?
Judge also wondered what she's doing that court indicated limiting instruction.
Yes, I wanted to talk to counsel about the approach just for a second. Sure, go ahead. Yes. All right, we'll resume. Just a couple more things here. Number one, the witness has demonstrated how the weapon is loaded and the way he loaded it. Obviously, he is an experienced expert in the use of firearms, and the way he has demonstrated the loading of the firearm is not intended to indicate how the weapon was loaded at any other time or how it was loaded in the situation involved in this case. Just giving you a demonstration how he, as an expert, loads a weapon. And similarly, the way the cartridge was ejected from the shotgun is not designed to indicate how any cartridges were ejected on the night in question. It's just showing you a demonstration here of how cartridge casing is ejected from the shotgun in a general sense. Also, I have yesterday and today been discussing with counsel how we can deal with the jury and the audience so that you could see some of the larger exhibits anyway that are being referred to up here. I know it's a little difficult for the people in the audience, and you folks will be there next week. to see the exhibits when they're up here at the board. So with council's assistance, we'll try to get some sort of easel to place over here somewhere that won't obstruct the jury's view of the witnesses, but still you'll be able to see those larger exhibits, because we have 2 copies of most exhibits that we'll be using. Not all of them, but most of the exhibits. We have 2 copies because eventually both juries are expected to be deliberating at the same time, so that each one would have their own set of exhibits. So we'll try to do that so that during the course of the remainder of the trial, each jury, both audience seated and jury box seated, will have access to the same exhibits in the same fashion. All right, you may resume your examination.
Thank you. Deputy Van Horn, referring back again to the demonstration that you just made, when you load the shotgun, you put in the 6 pellets. As they are used up, they are ejected out the side. Is that correct?
They're ejected out the side if the person who's using the shotgun chooses to do that. Yes, ma'am.
Is there something else that could happen?
Well, if you fire one shot with this particular shotgun, nothing else happens other than the round of ammunition going off. It takes a conscious act to remove the expended cartridge case or the expended shot shell from the gun.
And that's by pulling back on the, what's that called?
The slide.
The slide. And
Yes.
by pulling on the slide, then you eject it and then put another round back into the chamber, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then after all 6 rounds are gone, then in order to reload, you just basically do what we saw you do, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I have here an item which is a Xerox. It's Exhibit 46, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
We've been discussing the difference between the shotgun that you have here in court and also a catalog model 50406. And on page 18 and 19 of this catalog, is there some sort of description of the 2 guns that we've been talking about?
Yes, there is.
All right, now, on page 18 of the catalog, and you have the original here, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've allowed the defense attorneys to look at it?
Yes.
Okay. On page 18, is there in fact a model 50406 listed, and it says synthetic field?
Yes.
Okay, and so that would be the one that's got plastic instead of wood, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then on page 19, there appears to be 2 guns on this page. The top one and the bottom one on the Xerox appear to be very similar. However, I note that in the actual manual, they're colored. All right, so the top one appears to be all black, and the bottom one appears to be black with the wood as the gun that you have in court, correct?
Correct.
The model 50406, would it have resembled the top?
Yes.
All right, and so aside from the stock and the, what was that called?
Forend.
The forend, they're basically identical, is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have nothing further of this witness at this time.
All right. Well, let's take the recess then. Those who have not had access to the restrooms can have it now. We'll take a recess and resume at 3 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't form any opinions about it. And we'll resume at 3 o'clock. If you would go back to your respective jury rooms at 3 o'clock, and then we'll call you in. Brought to my attention, apparently a communication from counsel regarding the next witnesses and their requests that their testimony not be televised.
That's correct, Your Honor. Next witnesses are Perry Burman and Mary Ellen Mahar, and they have expressed their desire not to be televised.
And did they give you any particular reasons why?
They are willing to come in and explain to the court directly.
Okay, are they here now?
Yes, they
In the
are.
hallway?
They are.
Okay, yeah, they can come in. We've had a hearing outside the presence of the jury, and we'll now get both juries in and we'll proceed. All right, all jurors are present, and we're ready to resume with the cross-examination of Deputy Van Horn and Ms. Abramson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to clarify a few things, Deputy Van Horn. If I understand your testimony, you believe that what was submitted to you by the Beverly Hills Police Department was all of the ballistics-related evidence that they had gathered from the scene of this shooting. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
You believe you were not given all of the ballistics-related evidence?
No, what I said is that my opinions were based upon the evidence that was in fact submitted to me.
Do you believe that all the ballistics-related evidence that they retrieved from the scene was submitted to you?
Objection irrelevant.
Overall.
I don't know.
Did you ever read, well, strike that. Did you examine the scene photographs in which they had labeled with numbers all the items of evidence that they had located at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And did you match those numbered items with the items that were submitted to you?
No, I did not.
When you did prepare a report, did you
Yes,
not?
I did.
And that the date of that report was July 16th, 1993.
Yes.
And when was the evidence that you did receive submitted to you?
On July 6, 1993.
And when you prepared the report, in reporting on the evidence, did you refer to item numbers that were the item numbers the Beverly Hills Police Department had given to these pieces of evidence they submitted to you?
Yes, I did.
And did you have any contact with any of the investigating officers from the Beverly Hills Police Department, either before or during the time you had the evidence for examination?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any reason to believe that they have withheld from you any ballistics evidence that they gathered at the scene?
No.
Did you also have submitted to you ballistics evidence that was originally obtained by the coroner's office from the decedents and held by the Beverly Hills Police Department after that?
Yes.
So as far as you know, the evidence that was submitted to you came both from the scene of the shooting and from the coroner's examination of the decedents?
Yes.
And based upon your examination of all of the evidence that was submitted to you, based on ballistics evidence, is it your testimony that you saw evidence that 8 rounds were fired?
Yes.
And of those 8 rounds fired, 2, you found evidence leading to the inference that 2 rounds of birdshot were fired and 6 rounds of buckshot were fired.
Yes.
All right. Now, you presented testimony here today based on the chart that I believe is numbered 45. That's the one with the cross sections of a shot shell.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's the chart that's both on the chair here and on the floor. Now, the photograph on the left, I believe you described before, is showing a cross section of a buckshot round that appears from the drawing to have double-aught buckshot.
Well, when you're facing it, it's the one on the right, correct? The one you're pointing to now. Yes, ma'am.
That's the one
Yes.
on the right. Okay? All right. A double-aught buckshot is the largest size buckshot, is it not?
No.
No? Is there something bigger than
Yes,
double-aught?
there is.
What's even bigger?
Triple-aught.
Oh, okay. But it's big.
Yes, it's big.
It's like 8 to a shell.
Well, on a standard non-magnum loading, it's 9. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 9 to a shell. So there are
Yes, ma'am.
9 big pellets.
Yes.
Number 4 buckshot is smaller than this, so that there are 27 that will fit into the exact same size container.
Pretty much. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, all the containers have to be about the same size because they all have to fit into the same size barrel and magazine in the guns, correct?
That's correct.
So if you have a 12-gauge shotgun, you need 12-gauge ammunition, correct?
Correct.
And that 12-gauge ammunition has to be all the same size, no matter what's inside them, right?
Well, as far as 12 gauge, yes, but sometimes the shot shells are loaded from currently 2 3/4 or 3 inch, and that's the loaded length of the shot shell.
Okay,
Yes,
for
ma'am.
12 gauges, they're all the same size?
Well, they're the same diameter, but they could be different lengths, yes.
Okay. Now, without reading what I'm taking out of my pocket, this looks like a shotgun shell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I show you the diameter, you can tell it's a 12 gauge.
Yes.
And without seeing the markings, you don't know what size pellets are inside here.
Not until you take it apart, no.
Okay. Now, I think you said that the pellets that you saw, that you examined, the larger of the pellets you examined, all appeared to be consistent with number 4 shot.
Number 4 buckshot. Yes, ma'am.
Number 4 buckshot.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you also examine what appeared to be birdshot pellets, even smaller ones?
Yes.
Now, did you determine, item number 11, which was handed around to both juries, was this column type shot cup, which is the part on the top that holds the birdshot pellets, and over powder wad at the bottom of the column? Okay, you determined, did you not, a particular manufacturer of that item, item 11, which I think is 16C?
Let's break that down. First of all, she described what it was that was passed to the jury. Was her description accurate?
Yes, sir.
Then you may ask the rest of the question.
Thank you. The rest of the question was, did you determine what the brand name or manufacturer of that particular configuration shot cup column was?
Yes.
And who was it?
It's an Italian manufacturer by the name of Gualandi, Gualandi.
And is there a brand of shotgun ammunition available in the Los Angeles area called Fiocchi that uses Gualandi parts?
Yes.
I'm handing you a shot shell. Are we at 46, Your Honor?
47.
47. I'm not sure how I'll mark this, but badly, I think. Okay, I'm going to hand this to you, and in fact, during the recess, I told you I was going to ask you to cut this open, so you started the cutting to
Yes, ma'am.
save time. Would you identify on the record what type of ammunition and what type of load that appears to be?
Yes, this is a Fiocchi 12-gauge live round of ammunition, and it's loaded with number 8 birdshot.
And I'd like you to open that up.
And
And yeah, you can dump the contents in there so that it doesn't wind up all over the floor. And the purpose of this is for you to extract the cup and wad column that's inside that. I think we need that.
What was that you just did?
oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I just removed the shot load from the top of the live round of shot shell ammunition.
Why don't you show us that so we can see what it is? Just put a couple in your hands.
Okay. Yes, sir. I'm just going to remove a few of these, Your Honor. About looks like it might be as many as 10.
Okay, I can't even see it, so.
They're quite small, Your Honor.
They're real.
All
Why
right,
don't
these
you
are
just
little-
drop them into my hand?
There you
and let
These are
me-
little pellets.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let me have your hand, Mr. Just drop them. You can see how tiny they are. They make a mess, but they are small. Okay. You didn't see that either. See, faster than a speeding water. They are small.
And I'll continue to cut the top off the shot shell. And we'll attempt to take the,
Deputy Wolf has a very sharp knife, a skinny one if you want to borrow it. Do the other one.
I don't think it's going to come out any other way. I'll have to cut it at the bottom because it's not going to cooperate. And I'm going to dump the gunpowder into the same envelope and push the, well, maybe I won't. There it comes.
Go. Last.
Thank you.
Now, you have extracted the shot cup wad column,
Yes,
and does that appear to be the identical type shot cup wad column as we've seen in 16C?
it's the same, yes.
Now, this diagram here, 45, diagrams Remington ammunition.
Yes, it does.
Was there anything that you saw in your examination of the ballistics evidence in this case that led you to form the conclusion that it was Remington brand ammunition?
No.
Did you form the conclusion, that what you saw, both by way of birdshot-related ballistics material and buckshot-related ballistics material, was consistent with Fiocchi?
Yes.
And along those lines, do you have that? Okay, this is what's been marked 16N, as in no, and originally it had Beverly Hills item number 2. You examined this in the course of examining all this ballistics evidence, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Would you open that up?
Opening the envelope and removing a plastic container that has a fiber filler or spacer wad.
Now, can you see, first of all, does this appear to be an intact, a whole spacer wad rather than fragments?
Yes, it does.
And can you tell that because it has 2 sort of dark and shiny sides to it?
Yes.
And can you see on this spacer wad anything that appears to be the impressions of buckshot pellets?
Yes.
And do those impressions appear to be consistent with number 4 buckshot as well?
Yes, they do.
And was that part of what supported your conclusion that number 4 buckshot pellets were used?
No, I base that conclusion on the weights, the retained weights of the pellets that I looked at.
Because you also looked at pellets, which we haven't shown.
Yes, ma'am.
But both the retained weights of the pellets that you weighed and these impressions do appear to be consistent with number 4 buckshot.
Yes, they do.
Okay. Now, I take it you could not tell from examining the scene photographs from the Beverly Hills Police Department whether or not they saw all the ballistics evidence that was available at the scene.
No.
Okay. You, I take it, didn't try to re-examine those photographs with a magnifying glass to see if they missed anything, or maybe you did?
No, I didn't.
All right. Would you hand me the gun? You took the dummy rounds out.
Yes, I did.
Would you give me 2 of them? Now, when you were loading this before, you held the gun in one hand in an up position, such as I'm holding it now.
Yes, ma'am.
And you loaded it by pushing up.
Yes.
That's the preferred professional way of doing it?
It's one way to do it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Another way to do it is to just hold it down
Absolutely.
and just push it in that way,
Correct.
right? And it doesn't take any particular strength or dexterity or training to be able to do what I just did, does it?
No, ma'am.
So you don't have to be strong or big or anything?
No.
I leave it to you now to just hold on to it the way it is.
Cross-examination by counsel for Lyle Menendez.
Do you have the photos in front of you that concern the windows that you examined at the crime scene?
No, sir, I don't.
Yes.
Showing you 37 through 39. These are the photographs you said you were asked to review.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And I think you said that based on your review of those photographs, you determined there were at least 2 shots fired through what's depicted in those photographs.
Yes, sir.
And could you tell me whether the shots were fired from in 37, which appears to be the outside of the house looking in? Were you able to tell from which direction the shots were fired? That is, was someone standing outside that window shooting through the window inside to what is ever on the other side there?
No, based upon what I see here, based upon the glass on the outside of the window, and also the enlarged, what appears to me to be very consistent with exit holes through the louvers in the wood, I would say that these shots were fired from inside the house and one outside the house.
And looking at 38, which appears to be an interior view,
Yes, sir.
and is there anything in that photograph which confirms your opinion that the shots were in fact fired from somewhere within the room where that window is situated?
Yes, sir. Looking at the holes that are depicted between the two straps on the slat, they're very consistent with entry holes from shotgun pellets.
And is 39 just a close-up of, again, an interior view of that door?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, I think you said also that you could not tell from the photographs whether either of those two shots, assuming there are only two, were what you term pass-through shots. Is that correct?
I don't think I referred to them as pass-through shots. I think I was asked if they had passed through something beforehand.
And how do you generally make that determination?
Well, basically, you wouldn't be able to tell unless there was some intervening object that you could see in front of the slats in this particular case.
And you just don't know from examining the photographs, correct?
No, sir.
Is it true to say that the way you work in your department is someone will make a request of you to do something and you then do it in terms of your analysis?
That's correct.
You don't just go out to a crime scene and look at the ballistics evidence at the crime scene and then come up with an interpretation of what happened?
On my own?
Yes.
No, sir.
Do you ever visit crime scenes?
When we're asked to go there by the investigator handling the crime, yes, sir, we do.
When does that generally happen?
That generally happens very soon after the crime is discovered and at the request of the investigator.
And would that generally be done while, for instance, the ammunition was still lying in the place where it was found at the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Is one of the things you can tell from doing that perhaps where the shooter was in relation to the target from the distribution of the various parts, for instance, shotgun shells?
Well, shotgun shells, if you saw some shotgun shells laying at a crime scene, you might be at some time, if you were provided with the shotgun in the case, make an ejection pattern and determine where someone was standing. Yes, sir.
How about the wadding? For instance, if there was wadding at the crime scene, would that tell you anything about where the shooter was standing in relation to the target?
From just the wadding, no, sir.
Now, in relation to your diagram up there, I believe it's 44, which shows the shot patterns.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct in assuming that your testimony is very general in nature? In other words, you're not specifying that it relates to any weapon that is relevant to this case. You're only talking in general.
Yes, sir.
And am I also correct in assuming that if you had taken a gun that, for instance, you had known was used in a particular incident, a model number, that you could do some sort of test to actually more accurately determine the distance from the shooter to the target by test firing the gun itself?
The gun itself, yes, sir. That's the only time we would provide an estimate.
And is the best way to do that, for instance, if you knew that a particular model number was used in an incident, to take that model number and fire it from various distances and see what kind of pattern it made with various types of ammunition?
No, sir.
How would you do it?
Well, when we do a distance determination, either to duplicate a shot pattern or a gunshot residue pattern, we need to have the specific gun that was used and know the type of ammunition that was used. Otherwise, we don't do the test.
Right. And would you need the specific gun itself or just the same model number?
No, sir, the gun. We want the gun that's the suspect gun in the case.
Otherwise, you just can't tell.
No, sir, that's correct.
And you weren't asked to do any analysis along those lines in this case, were you?
No, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
Mr. Chair, well, were you asked to try to replicate shotgun patterns and did you refuse to do it because you didn't have the shotgun by me?
Yes.
Okay. And so when Mr. Burt says that
for instance, if I went out today and bought a Mossberg catalog number 50406, and I went to you and said, Deputy Van Horn, show me how shot patterns would relate to this case, what would you tell me?
I would show you how they relate to this case, but I wouldn't tell you that based upon patterns that I shot with that gun that you bought or I bought, and then, for instance, look at the pattern that's in, I think it's People's 39, and then say, well, yes, this shot was fired at, X feet. I wouldn't do that.
Why not?
Because it's not the same gun. I don't know what configuration that 50406 gun is. If the purchaser has made some modification to that, I have no way of knowing.
Now, I believe you were also asked a question about if you could tell where people were located in a room by the location of the wadding. Was that
Yes.
the question you were asked? And I think you replied no. Is that right?
That's correct.
Why can't you tell?
Well, the wadding is propelled out the barrel of the shotgun, just like the other ammunition components, the shot pellets. And once again, depending on the gun and the type of ammunition that's used, those waddings are going to go at some distance. And for instance, if this courtroom from diagonally from corner to corner was, let's say, 30 feet, and we find a shot or a shot wad in the middle of this room, and the test with a gun and the type of ammunition says that the shot wad will travel 15 feet, I still don't know from what corner that shot was fired from. All I know is that we have a shot wad in the middle of this room.
Right. So the wadding does not tell you anything about where the shot was fired from. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is wadding unpredictable in terms of where it will end up? In other words, does it sometimes end up with the pellets and other times end up elsewhere?
Yes.
Okay. Now the fiber wadding, which I think it was shown by Ms. Abramson to the jury, does that kind of wadding absorb moisture?
It can.
All right, so that if that wadding were contaminated by blood or some other liquid, then it would be in fact contaminated, right, and would soak up the liquid?
It could, yeah.
All right. Now, I believe Ms. Abramson asked you about the evidence that was submitted to you. Were you ever submitted any spent shotgun shells in this case?
Me?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
All right. And you were never submitted a shotgun in this case that was a suspect weapon?
No.
Okay. And I think you indicated that when you have a handgun or a rifle, that when you get the bullet, you can tell that this particular bullet came from this particular gun because guns are unique. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Now, in shotguns, is there a way to do that as well?
Yes, there is.
And that is that with the end of the shotgun shell?
That's with the expended shot shell, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is it, just briefly, without going into a long lecture on ballistics, what would you look for if you were going to make that comparison?
I would look for firing pin impressions, breech face, extractor marks, shell stops. There's any number of components inside a shotgun that have the potential to leave individual and unique marks to that particular firearm.
So then as the shotgun shell is hit and then travels through the barrel of the shotgun, it picks up markings. Is that correct?
Well, I don't mean to be picky, but the shot shell itself doesn't travel through the barrel, but it's worked through the action. So many of the different components of the action of the firearm can, in fact, mark the shot shell.
So that if you had a weapon in this case and you had the shotgun shells, you might have been able to say that these shotgun shells came from this shotgun.
Yes.
Thank you. May we approach, please?
I have a question.
I know. I just want to approach.
All right, is there any further cross-examination of the witness?
Deputy Van Horn, is it your understanding that all Mossberg 500 series shotguns with 18.5-inch barrels have no choke?
No.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the gun that you brought to court, does it have a choke?
Well, all shotguns have a choke because even when it's what's referred to as a cylinder bore, which is a wide open bore of the shotgun, that's still considered one of the chokes. Generally, 18.5-inch barreled shotguns have what's referred to as a cylinder bore.
So that's the wide open position,
Yes, ma'am.
basically. It doesn't have any additional constricting device that would further compact the load. Is that right?
This particular shotgun,
Well, the 500 series, which is all you can talk about.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Well, what about the 50406? Do you know about that?
Not really.
So you don't have any idea if the 50406s have some additional constriction?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
Does the catalog you refer to indicate that the 40506 has a cylinder bore?
I believe it does, yes.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank
You're
you.
excused. Gather up your paraphernalia.
Yes, sir. Should I replace this other stuff in its proper envelopes too?
Let the lawyers do that since
Okay.
they're the ones who took it out. But
Okay,
you
yes,
can take your shotgun with you.
Oh, I do have one other question, Mary. I'm sorry.
Okay, this will be a test.
One?
The test is it'll be one question, so.
Here's the test. If there were 6 number 4 buckshot rounds fired with 27 pellets each, would that produce a total number of pellets fired of 162 pellets?
Yes.
All right, anything else from anybody else? Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And the shotgun, ladies and gentlemen, is not an exhibit that will be received. It was only brought into the courtroom for the purpose of demonstrations, and now we'll leave the courtroom. And there are still a couple envelopes up here if council want to retrieve them. All right, the people may call their next witness.
People call Perry Burman.
Berman,
Spell your last name, please.
Berman.
All right, just sit back and relax. All right, Mr. Kuriyama.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Berman, did you know the Menendez family in 1989?
Yes, I did.
When did you meet the family?
In 1985 at the East Brunswick Racket Club in New Jersey.
Do you see members of that family in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And at council table, do you see?
Yes, that's correct.
Just for the record, can you identify those people?
Yes, Eric Menendez and Lyle Menendez.
And you met them in New Jersey in 1985.
Yes.
Would you describe how you met them?
I was an assistant tennis instructor at the East Brunswick Racket Club, East Brunswick Racket Club, and I was coaching Eric Menendez for about a 6-month period.
Was that in 1985?
Yes.
Did you meet other members of the family
Yes, that is correct.
at that time?
Yes.
Who else did you meet?
Mr. Menendez and Mrs. Menendez.
How would Eric Menendez come to your lessons?
Mrs. Menendez would drive him over.
Would Mrs. Menendez stay for the lesson?
Most of the time, if she had to run an errand, she might take off for a little while and come back later.
Did you become familiar with the family?
Yes, more so in California than in New Jersey.
At some point, did the Menendez family move then to California?
Excuse me?
Did the Menendez family move to California?
Yes, that is correct.
And when did that happen?
I believe they moved in 87. I moved in, or maybe they moved in 86. I moved in 87.
During the period of time that you knew the family in New Jersey from 1985 to either 86 or 87, what kind of context did you have with the family?
I'm sorry, can you
What
repeat
kind
that
of
question?
context did you have with the family
When
they were living in New Jersey?
basically just at the tennis club.
Other than with Mrs. Menendez, did you have any contact with Mr. Menendez in New Jersey?
There was one incident where I was giving Eric a lesson, and we were working on a certain type of game, more of a power game, serve and volley. And I was feeding him lobs, and fairly easy lobs, so he would gain confidence in his overhead. And Mr. Menendez came running onto the court. Again, East Brunswick Racket Club, it's an indoor structure, and he was behind the window, and he felt that the lesson, I was making it too easy for him. So he basically came down, run all the way to the far court, on the right side and basically started yelling at me, feeling that I was making it too easy for his son. And I tried to explain to him that I wanted him to gain confidence in his overhead. And he basically didn't understand, my reasoning for that. And just basically walked off, gave me basically a dirty look and walked off the court. And at that point, Eric said, my father won't be happy until running all over the tennis court, diving for tennis balls.
So he wanted you to be a little bit stricter with Eric and push him harder.
Right, that's correct.
How often would you give him lessons? That is Eric Menendez.
I'd say it was basically like once a week, I believe.
Were there other parents of students that you had that were intense? They wanted their children to excel?
Not to that extent. I mean, there were parents that wanted their children to perform well, but not to that extent.
He was a hard charger.
Yes.
Sometime after either 86 or 87, they moved to, as far as you know, they moved to California?
Yes.
Did you then become acquainted with them in California?
Yes, in the summer of 1988.
And where were they living at that time?
Calabasas.
Did you visit the Calabasas home?
Once.
On that one visit, who was home?
Lyle and I went to the house after we went to a taping of the Johnny Carson show, and then Eric, I believe, came home later that evening, and that was basically it.
The parents were not home?
That's correct.
Sometime after that, did you learn that the family had moved to Beverly Hills?
Yes.
And when approximately was that?
It was in October of '88.
And did you visit the family home?
Yes.
And could you describe what the visit was like?
I was living at the time in West Hollywood, so to Beverly Hills was a 5-minute drive, and I was going there on a consistent basis. If Lyle was in town, sometimes once a week, sometimes every other week, and we would play tennis. At that point, Lyle was on a circuit. He was basically training, and working on his tennis game. So we would basically get together and work out. And I've had dinners at the house. Mrs. Menendez would ask me to stay, or Lyle would ask if I'd like to stay and have dinner. And
what was your relationship with Mrs. Menendez? You said she invited you over for dinner?
Mm-hmm, yes. She was very, very cordial. She always would ask how my family was. At that time, they were living in New Jersey, and she knew I was basically out here on my own. I didn't have any family out here. And would ask how my career was going, and she was very, very pleasant to me.
She would invite you over for dinner,
Yes,
and you would have dinners with the family?
yes, that's correct.
Did you also get to know Mr. Menendez a little better?
Yes,
And that was that here when they lived in Beverly Hills?
in Beverly Hills.
When you had dinners at the Menendez home,
Mhm.
would Mr. Menendez and Mrs. Menendez be home?
Yes, they would both be home.
Would you say that you were friendly with the parents as well as with their sons?
I mean, not as friendly. I mean, I would never go out with Mr. and Mrs. Menendez to a movie or to a restaurant. But, I mean, they would always, speak with me when I was, in their house.
Bring you up to 1989. Do you recall sometime late in July or early August having dinner at the Menendez house
Yes,
at their Beverly Hills home?
that's correct.
Was that at 722 North Elm?
Yes.
Do you recall anything in particular about that, the last time you actually had dinner with the family?
Yes, I was with Lyle prior to dinner, and we were out back on the tennis court, and they had a basketball hoop set up. So we were throwing, shooting some baskets. And he said that his parents were upset with him because there was a letter that was sent from Princeton University regarding a party at the university, and there was a damaged pool table, and Lyle basically took the blame for one of his friends.
And and who told you this information?
Lyle
What was the nature of the letter, and who did the letter go to?
went to his parents.
And this was from the university?
That's correct.
What did Lyle tell you about the letter and how his parents viewed that letter?
He told me again prior to dinner, basically, I just said on the tennis court, we were shooting some baskets, and
What is it in particular that he said, though, about that letter?
that his father was very upset with him, and his parents have spoken to him about it, and they were going to be having a family meeting maybe later that evening regarding that.
Did the letter have to do with having to pay for this pool table back to the university?
I believe so. I'm not certain about that.
Sometime in early 1989, were you with Lyle when he met a model,
Yes.
a woman by the name of Christy?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did that meeting take place?
We met in the parking lot of a club, lounge, whatever, in Santa Monica. I don't know if it's even still there. DC3 was the name of the club. And
what were the circumstances of the meeting?
Lyle and I were basically going out for the evening. He had a friend in town from New Jersey, and it was late in the week. I don't know, it might have been like a Thursday night or something. And we were going out. We were in the parking lot driving and pulling in to the parking lot, and she was in her car pulling away. And
were you in the same car?
No, I was at the time I had a Mazda RX-7, and Lyle was in his father's car, it was a Mercedes-Benz sedan.
And as you pulled into this nightclub spot, what happened?
She drove right past me, and as she was going past Lyle kind of waved to her, and she basically turned around and came back, and we all started talking.
As far as you knew, was that the first time that she had ever met either one of you?
Yes, that's correct.
What did she look like?
Very beautiful. She's blonde, around 5'7", blue eyes, very nice figure. She works out. She's very good shape. Very upbeat, very enthusiastic. Very upbeat personality.
Was she older than Lyle?
Yes.
Would you just generally describe what kind of model she was?
She did a lot of print modeling. If you're not familiar, print is magazine modeling, and maybe, I don't know if she did maybe some billboards, but she did extensive work in print modeling.
At some point in 1989, approximately April or May,
mm-hmm.
First of all, did Lyle date Christy?
Yes, he did.
And how long did that relationship last?
A few months.
At some point, did the relationship end?
Yes, I believe it was the end of April of that year.
Of 1989?
Yes.
And what were the circumstances of that relationship ending?
Mr. Menendez, and again, I was mostly hearing this through Christy, that he didn't approve of Lyle dating her. She was 8 to 10 years older than he was, and he felt that, his parents felt that she was felt that she was a gold digger, and that she wasn't right for him.
Did he express that his father and mother had disapproved of that relationship?
Right, and they basically prefer that he ended that relationship.
Did they give him some kind of an ultimatum?
We haven't clarified as to who is giving the witness this information.
Yes. Did you speak to, you knew that Lyle was involved in this relationship, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You indicated that there was, you got information that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez were not in favor of this relationship, correct?
Right.
And where did you get that information?
Oh, from Christy.
I'm going to bring you farther along, and on the date of August 20th, 1989,
Mhm.
did you have some kind of contact with Lyle Menendez?
Yes.
And would you describe for the jurors what took place that particular day?
I had a tennis game early that day, came back home and played my messages. There was a message from Lyle. I called him back.
First
And-
of all,
I'm sorry.
approximately what time was it that you got this message?
Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
That is, did you go to your answer machine and then get the message at that point?
Yes,
So you don't know what time the call came in?
that is correct. I do not know.
Then what happened?
It was a call from Lyle. I returned the call, spoke to Mr. Menendez. He told me that Lyle was with Eric and he believed they were at the Beverly Center shopping.
And approximately what time was that call made to Mr. Menendez?
It was right after I received the message from Lyle, so it was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Did you had a conversation with Mr. Menendez on that day?
Yes. Basically, I was speaking to Mr. Menendez. At that point, I was in the advertising industry, and I wanted to make a career move into film distribution. And the fact that Mr. Menendez was CEO of Live Entertainment, which is a film distribution company, I felt that he could give me some really, really good advice regarding the industry and maybe some contacts in the business as well. And he said that he was going on a business trip in the morning, and when he returned, he would call me and we would get together one evening.
You had that much of a rapport with him that you could contact him in that way?
Yes.
Some time later, did you get a call from Lyle Menendez?
Yes, it was between 4 and 5 o'clock, I believe, in the afternoon.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
That Lyle wanted to get together that evening, and I told him that I had plans to go to the Taste of LA, which is a food festival at the Santa Monica Civic Auditorium. And I was going with a friend of mine, and then he was more than welcome to join us. We know with Eric, of course.
And how did he respond to that?
He said that he had plans with Eric to go to see Batman, the movie Batman.
And did you agree to meet sometime later that night?
Lyle said that he would come after the movie was over, that the two boys, Lyle and Eric, would go to the Taste of LA around 9:30 that evening. And I stayed until about 10:15. It was a sunny evening. They were basically closing up all of the concessions. A lot of people were leaving. And my friend Todd and I just basically left. We couldn't find them. We left, came back to my place. Todd went home from there. And then I got a call from Lyle around.
Another question.
Oh, sorry.
First of all, you waited at the Taste of LA in Santa Monica until about 10:15
Yes.
at night? And you're with your friend Todd Hall?
That is correct.
Okay, and you didn't see Lyle Menendez or his brother Eric that whole night at the Taste of LA?
No.
Sometime later, you arrived home. How long did it take you to get home from Santa Monica?
About half an hour.
And you were living where then?
In West Hollywood.
In the Taste of LA in Santa Monica, was that at the Santa Monica Civic
Civic Auditorium, yes.
Sometime after 11, did you get a call from Lyle Menendez?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that call?
Lyle, I asked him what happened to him, and he said basically they got lost and they got there later than they anticipated. He was, at that point, he said he was calling from the Taste of LA, and he wanted to get together that evening. And I told him that I was getting ready to go to sleep. I had work the next morning, and I prefer to wait till Monday or Tuesday night to have dinner, or buy tea or something like that. And he was very persistent that he wanted to get together that evening to discuss his plans to go back to Princeton University in the fall and to talk about his tennis game.
He had to meet you that night.
Yes.
Did he tell you where he wanted to meet?
I basically said, fine, if it's that important to you, we can meet at the Cheesecake Factory in Beverly Hills. which from West Hollywood is maybe a 10-minute drive.
Did
And
he,
I told him I would meet him there in about a half an hour, which meant it would be like 11:45.
did he indicate to you that he wanted you to come to his house?
I hung up the phone with him. He called back a few minutes later, within 5 minutes, and asked if it'd be better if I came by the house in Beverly Hills, because Eric wanted to pick up like a phony ID so he could, so if he wanted to have a few cocktails, he would be able to. And I told him that I was not going to go by the house, that it was late, and I just said, I'll give you an additional 5 minutes, pick up the ID, and then I would meet him, at the Cheesecake Factory.
Did you then go to the Cheesecake Factory?
Yes.
Did you ever see him that night?
No.
What time was he supposed to meet you at the Cheesecake Factory?
About 11:45.
Did Lyle Menendez tell you what time he arrived at the Taste of LA that night when he called you sometime after 11?
I believe it was, let's say, a little after 10:15.
That he arrived at the Taste of LA?
Right.
Did he ask you where you were?
I told him I was, he asked, and I told him I was basically out there looking for him.
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Berman, what time did you say you left the Taste of LA?
About 10:15.
And
10, maybe 10:20, it was around that area.
And when you spoke with Lyle Menendez on the phone, he said he got there around 10:15.
Yes.
And can you describe what the Taste of LA is like? Is this inside or outside?
It's an outdoor festival, and they have concessions, like booths, one after another, of different restaurants in LA, where you can go and sample the different entrees of those restaurants.
And is this in the outdoor area behind the Santa Monica Civic?
Yes, that's correct.
And are there rows of these booths?
Yes,
And then a lot of people milling around going from booth to booth?
that's correct.
And was it fairly crowded the night that you were there?
Yes.
And when you received this call from Lyle at around 11 o'clock, was there anything unusual about the way he sounded, about his voice?
Yes, he seemed excited. It's really hard to describe. It's like excited and a little jumpy, I would say, at the same time.
At the grand jury, you used the word anxious.
Anxious, right, anxious.
Does that seem to fit the way he
Yes.
sounded? And was that different from the way he sounded on the phone normally?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Since, again, it was probably late 1984, early 1985, and that was in New Jersey.
And you were his brother's coach, is that correct?
Yes,
But you got to be friends with Lyle?
that's correct.
And were you friends with him both back east and then when you moved out here? or-
No, more so in California.
And would you see him fairly regularly out here?
Yes, if he wasn't back east and he was in Los Angeles, I would see him on a consistent basis.
You told us about an incident with Eric Menendez in which his father interfered in the teaching that you were doing.
Yes,
Now, is that something that happens a lot with parents who are very concerned about the progress of their children?
it has never happened prior to that, nor has it happened after that.
How long have you been coaching?
I've been coaching since I was 18 years old, so it was about 15 years ago, since the late 70s.
Did you consider that a really surprising or shocking
Yes,
incident?
yes, definitely shocking.
In what way?
I feel that parents really don't have the right to do that. They should guide their children and be there for them, and want them to excel if that's what the child wishes. But I feel it was borderline being a little too demanding of a parent
Okay.
You know.
You must have encountered other very involved tennis parents in your career. Is that
Yes,
true?
That's correct.
And do you have you encountered a number of tennis parents who are very interested in the progress of their children and want to know what's going on and try to get very involved?
Yes.
And what was the difference between those parents and Mr. Menendez?
The other parents don't come running on tennis courts, yelling at tennis coaches or yelling at me.
That's just something that isn't done?
I've never experienced that before.
Okay. And what was Eric's response to that?
I'm sorry, what was?
What was Eric's response to his father's behavior? Did he laugh about it? Did he think it was funny?
No. He was upset about it. I think a little embarrassed by it.
Okay. And it made quite an impression on you, I take it.
Right.
When you would visit the Menendez home, did you find this to be kind of a relaxed, easygoing, warm environment, or did you sense other emotions?
Other emotions at times, yes.
What other emotions did you sense?
I feel that Mr. Menendez ran his home as though it was a company and he was the chairman of the board. He's very strict with the boys. He wanted to have control in every aspect of their lives, either, academically, socially, with tennis. The girls they decided, they wanted to go out with, the schools they selected, universities they selected.
When you say they selected, who selected the universities and the girlfriends?
Mr. Menendez.
And was there tension in that home?
Yes.
You told us about a young woman who you referred to as Christy.
Yes.
And you knew Lyle and Christy during the time they were dating?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You knew both Lyle and Christy during the time they were dating?
Yes.
And you've told us that Mr. Menendez thought that she was too old and was a gold digger. Is that correct?
Right.
And had you heard him make similar comments about other girlfriends or another girlfriend whom Lyle had had?
Yes.
Which girlfriend was that?
Jamie.
And was it your understanding that Mr. Menendez required that Lyle ended the relationship with Christy?
Yes.
And have you continued to be friends with her?
With Christy? Yes, I see her occasionally. We live in the same neighborhood, so we'll run into each other.
She a nice young woman?
Yeah, very nice.
The night that you were there for dinner, and I think you talked about shooting baskets with Lyle.
Mm-hmm.
And there was an incident, he expressed some concern to you about a pool table that had gotten destroyed at a party back in Princeton.
Right.
And I think you told us that he said he had taken the blame for a friend of his in that.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you remember the name of that friend?
Hayden.
And when you had dinner at the home that night, was it a relaxed, friendly meal?
No, it was very, very tense. Basically, Mr. Menendez asked me a few questions about how work was going and about my family back in New Jersey. And I basically responded, and that was about the extent of it. Lyle and Eric really didn't speak during that dinner. And Mrs. Menendez might have asked, how everything was going, and that's about it.
What happened after dinner?
Directly following dinner, Lyle and I walked to the family room, and he walked back. He excused himself and walked back, and he had to speak to his parents. And he came right back, and he said, "I'm sorry, you're gonna have to leave. We're having a family meeting now," and basically just went on my way.
And did you have any information about what happened at the family meeting? Did you see or hear anything after you walked out the door?
When I walked out the door, they were getting ready for their meeting. It was, I believe, Mr. Menendez's library, which is the front room. And I came over my mountain bike, which was basically leaning against the front wall. And I could basically look in and see that they were getting ready for a meeting in Mr. Menendez's library.
And what was the atmosphere, if you could tell?
was very, very tense.
You made the comment that that the feeling of this family was that Mr. Menendez ran it as a business and that there was some tension there. Did you have any sense of secrecy in that family?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Do you understand the question?
I do understand it.
Yeah, do you have such an opinion?
No, I do not.
Do you remember telling Detective Zoller?
Objection.
Okay.
Can I ask you to look at his police report? Did you review all of the reports today? Did Mr. Perry monitor the reports in the rendering testimony? So this is the November 7th report in which you interviewed by Detectives Linehan and Zoller. And I'm directing your attention to page.
We spoke here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Okay.
Okay, let's try it. Is that better?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm showing you a police report dated November 7th, 1989, in which you were interviewed by Detectives Linehan and Zoller. And have you looked at this report before?
Yes, I have.
And did you review it today?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay.
Is this the report that,
This is one of the reports
Report
Mr.
items.
Kuriyama gave you today, I believe. Okay, and I'd like you to read to yourself this, the last paragraph, starting with the second sentence.
before going in here?
Just write down that
Where do you want to go?
to outsiders.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Now, my question is whether you believe that this is a family that would keep their family
Objection, Your Honor. I'll take that.
Sustained.
whether you believe that this is a,
Objection?
If you wanted to ask the witness to,
does this refresh your recollection as to whether this is a family that kept
Objection.
secrets?
that's not the question.
I'm sorry, could I have the question back? I don't remember exactly how it phrased that.
If the reporter could find a question that was asked before going to the bench.
Question, you made the comment that the feeling of this family was that Mr. Menendez ran it as a business and that there was some tension there. Did you have any sense of secrecy in that family?
Having read the document I just gave you, does that refresh your recollection as to whether there was a feeling of secrecy in that family?
Yes.
And was there?
Yes. Right. I believe that they kept a lot was what was going on. If there were any problems, they would keep it to themselves. Right.
When you talked to Lyle earlier in the day, or when you got his message earlier in the day, you said you had been out?
Yes, that's correct.
And what time had you left the house that morning?
I believe it was around 10:30.
And you got back at 1 in
1
the
o'clock.
afternoon?
Yes,
And so the phone call came in at some time between those hours?
that is correct.
And was there anything unusual about the way his voice sounded on the message?
No.
And was there anything unusual about the way he sounded when you spoke to him and made the plans to go out that night?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any cross-examination by the co-defendant?
Yeah, just a moment, no.
Yes.
No, Your Honor, we have no questions.
Any redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Berman, do you remember testifying at the grand jury?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember testifying as to your feelings on Mrs. Menendez?
Yes.
And how did you relate how you felt about Mrs. Menendez? Your impression?
This is not an area that we're going to cross-examination. It's already covered in on here.
Did you intend to go into some new area that you had not covered on direct?
I did ask questions, I believe. Well,
Are you asking
Yes.
to reopen is what you're?
yes,
Okay, you'll be permitted to do that.
thank you.
Did you have an impression about Mrs. Menendez?
Yes.
What was that?
She was she's a very sweet, caring woman. She basically allowed Mr. Menendez to run his house the way he felt, necessary. I don't think she really stepped in between Mr. Menendez and the boys.
Would you say that Mr. Menendez was a disciplinarian?
Yes.
When you say that the family may have had secrets, when you were there the last time for dinner with the Menendez family, and Lyle Menendez had told you that his parents had gotten a letter about this pool table that was ruined, and that his parents were not pleased with him. And his parents then, he came to you later that night after you had eaten and said, we're going to have a family meeting. Can you leave? Is that what you mean, that things of that nature would be talked among themselves as a family?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Anything else?
Just briefly. This meeting that we're talking about, the pool table meeting. Now, was it your impression that Lyle had done something wrong, or he had just taken the blame for somebody else?
That he had taken the blame for somebody else.
Okay. And did you have the impression that this family wanted the outside world to not have any information about any flaws or problems that they had?
Right, that is correct.
And did you have the impression that this family was very concerned about what their public image was?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you have the impression that the reason that they didn't want to discuss things in front of people who had been friends for years was because they didn't want anybody else to know if there were problems in the family?
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I believe that that's a follow-up on his question.
Counsel, it just calls for speculation on the part of the witness. Objection sustained.
Thank you.
All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, then you may step down. You're excused. Thank you. May I see counsel at the sidebar just for a moment? All right, at this point then, it's about 4:30, so we'll take our recess. I've handed out the schedule here for next week, and I've also included in that schedule some other days that we will not be in session going into September, October, November. And as we learn of more dates, certainly I'll let you know of them. And if there's a particular problem that anybody has, please let me know of it. As you can see from the schedule, we'll be in session again Monday and not tomorrow as to either jury. Monday morning, Eric Menendez jury at 9 a.m. and Lyle Menendez jury at 1:30, and both juries at 1:30 on Monday. Just a few remarks before I let you all go. Just to remind you of certain things that I have mentioned to you many times, that first of all, you have still quite a bit of evidence to consider in this case. You've just heard a couple of days worth of testimony, and there will be many more to come. And you must wait until you've heard all the evidence before you make your decision in this case. And it's very important that now that the trial is ongoing, that you not be exposed to anything about the case, whether it's
in discussions with others, overhearing others discuss the matter, news coverage in the papers, magazines, radio, television, anywhere. It's very important that none of those things happen during the time you remain jurors on this case. We will be in session here, the lawyers and I, tomorrow, and we'll be discussing certain matters that are things that the lawyers want to discuss with me. And during those times when the jury is not present, you should not in any way speculate or be concerned about what it is we're discussing. Those are legal issues that we discuss, and you should not in any way try to find out or inquire as to what those matters are. Those are just things that the lawyers and I discuss periodically, as we do at the bench and other times during the course of the trial. But the important thing for all of you is to remember the instruction not to look at or be exposed to any of the discussions or news coverage about this case, not to form any opinions about it, not to discuss it yourself with anyone else until the case is actually given to the juries for decision. Before I let you all go, let me ask one question of each panel. First, the Eric Menendez panel, and then the Lyle Menendez panel. Have any of you been exposed to anything about this case since the trial has started?
No.
Okay, and the Lyle Menendez jury, the same question?
No.
Okay, then let's keep it that way. It's very important that you wait and make your decision based on the evidence that's presented right here in the courtroom. All right, we'll excuse you all and see you all back on Monday at the appointed times, and have a good weekend, and we'll see you all back here then. All right, as far as the hearing tomorrow, as soon as counsel can present to me that material regarding Mr. Signorelli, review it regarding Mr. Signorelli. And I assume it won't be before tomorrow, is that right?
He's not done apparently.
Okay, that's fine. All right, we'll be in recess until tomorrow at 1:30.